Just going to just relax a sec, and I'm going to use the opportunity just to, even for me to be able to relax, not to have to rush into it, because there's nothing to rush into, just to get people just to enjoy that space. There's a lot of the time where we feel like we need to speak where we don't need to. I'm going to even give this opportunity before I even start. I'm just going to let go. I'm not going to try and formulate anything. I'm just going to hold space and go through my breath for the moment, and it allows you an opportunity just to look at me if you have to not want anything. Even now, you're sitting there thinking, waiting to hear something, waiting to get directions, listening to my voice, waiting to see where I'm going with it. But to more just concentrate on the sound of my voice, more concentrate on the feeling, because at the moment I'm not formulating anything in my head. I'm just going with an intuitive feeling. Just keep listening to my voice, the sound of my voice, the tone of my voice, the texture of my voice, the vibration and intention that's being carried through my voice. And just breathe. There's no need to force anything. There's no need to try and rid your head of any thoughts. Just completely allow yourself to feel everything. You may find it hard to relax. You may be feeling invigorated. You may be feeling stimulated. Don't question it. Don't worry about it. Just feel it, become aware of it. Feel all the senses and the nerves in your body. Allow yourself to flinch. Allow your breathing to be, you may have real short, rapid breaths. Just allow it to be. There's nothing worse than trying to stop something. Just allow it to be. So we very, very slowly change the vibration gradually from the space that you're already in. It's about you just getting used to and sitting in whatever feelings you're experiencing in your body right now. Your thoughts may be racing. Allow it to be. You may feel like you just want to groan. Allow it to just be. You may be suddenly feeling irritated. Say it if you want to say it. Fuck it. Just allow it to say it. Just be.
Happy, 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 happy news. Happy, happy, happy news.
I'm all about no repression. Just allow whatever to be. What does my voice sound like to you? I don't want to question an answer back. It's just, what does my voice sound like? You're hearing a collection of words, but they're just sounds. Just keep concentrating on my voice. Right now, there's love in the intentions. There's love behind what it is I'm wanting to do right now, and that's a feeling. That's consciousness. And you're connected to that consciousness. This screen doesn't mean anything. That love, that intention, that calmness, that clarity, that pureness of consciousness of being, You can feel that right now because you're connected to it through consciousness, through time and space. You are that. I'm just a reflection of that in you. Whatever I'm saying or putting across, you are that. So just be. And again, I am just talking. You may think, has he started yet? Started ages ago. It's just my little formula and my way of doing things, my way of getting people into a meditative state. Because it's already working, the conscious flow, the feeling is already penetrating through me. It's not what I'm saying that's important, it's the energy that's being transported and carried through the words I'm saying. That's how it works. It's what's coming through that you feel, not necessarily what's being said. It's an energy thing, and you're an energy being. Now, depending on the different people that may be watching, again, I'm going to make it tailored for you all individually, through one person, being myself. But it'll all be felt and experienced differently for all of you. What do you want to relax in your body? What do you want to work on? What do you want to feel right now? Some of you may want to just feel relaxed. Some of you may want to go on a little journey. Some of you may want to focus healing energy on a particular organ or a particular part of your body. Just know all of that is going on right now. Anything that you need right now, this energy is going towards helping that, creating that, shifting that, moving that, maneuvering that. The sound and the intention and the energy be carried in my voice may be making someone feel tingly. It may be making someone else feel relaxed. It may be making someone's arm feel relaxed. It may be doing all sorts of different things because the energy goes where the energy flows, where it needs to go for every single particular individual person who's listening to this. Let it be for what you want it for. It doesn't even matter because that's already happening anyway. That's how intelligent, infinite, intelligent consciousness is. Some of you may be feeling relaxed. Some of you may be getting a real healing sensation. Some of you may be starting to feel otherworldly sensations. Someone may even be feeling stressed. It's whatever you want it for. A meditation is just about focusing energy where the energy needs to go. Where do you want it to go? What is this for you? Now I'm just going to do some sound. I'm going to let out intuitive sounds which I feel to let out. And the very fact that you're watching this and I'm expressing these sounds to you on a conscious level, you've attracted it, you want it for whatever you want it for. Again, it may help you relax, it may help you go off on a little journey, or whatever it is you need. It may heal your DNA, your cellular body, because you're just made of atoms and energy. And this is all I'm putting across and expressing and communicating right now is a form of energy from my intuitive being. And the very fact it's intuitive, it's dipping into a collective consciousness that we're all part of. So I can only give you right now exactly what you want and need for your highest good or potential. Now I feel to let out certain sounds and tones. Don't question it, just feel it. Your mind, again, might want to question it, but don't question it, just feel it. And again, I'll say it again. Doesn't matter what I'm saying at the moment, the healing's going on. This is the meditation, the work's going on as I speak. It's flowing. The energy's flowing. I know it's happening. I can feel it. I can feel the change in my feeling my voice as I speak. I can feel the change in my body, how I feel as I'm speaking. I feel lighter. I feel tingly. Therefore, I know it's healing conscious energy which is going on at the moment. Now I'm going to start with the sound. The sound has already started. It started long ago through the sounds of my voice, the tones of my voice, not what I'm saying, the tones, the vibrations of every single syllable and vowel I'm using. They all make up what seems to be formed and interpreted as a language, but they're just vibrations that are put and stuck together to create a formulation of what you perceive as a word. Now I'm going to do the same thing, but you may not understand these words, but you'll understand them energetically. On some conscious level, you'll feel them just as you already have been feeling them for the past 5 minutes. Regardless of what you understand, it's working anyway. This is my form of meditation for you, my expression, my gift for you. It's already happening. Different to usual meditations, but a meditation nonetheless. Iskiarmutuku ashnu warnataku ana awataka sekeyanete kuarmanakoake. Really feel into every sound and feel where you're feeling it in your body. Be aware of what it's making you feel, what it may be making you see, or it may be taking you off on a journey. Just allow it to, don't question it. Arno ua awaskarna tuku armutuku anawasheke. Do not try and understand it as a language, just feel the sounds. Mishkiarnatuku armubutuku arnataku oanaka. Enesekewe el niki arnukush kormukur. Awarnataku armamataku ushkarnataku arnataka vesiki armubuku ushnarnataku. Emeketeke sekia marnatukush morbubukusha. If you want to open your eyes, you're welcome to open your eyes. If you want to join in, join in. Lauren, if you feel to join in, join in. It's join in. It's consciousness. If it moves you to want to express, and allow it to do so. If that means your body feels it wants to move in a certain way, then do that. That's your biofield wanting to manipulate the atmosphere, the energetic flow of what's going on. If you feel to do that, anyone who's watching, if it makes you feel to cry, if it makes you feel to release, if it makes you feel to join in, if it makes you feel to move your body in a certain way, do so. Armotuku uarnataka armamaku ushnakawe neke ernaka awarnaka se eke anataka ornuku us namapa awa ushnakese. As I said, it may sound odd, it doesn't matter, it's just sounds, it's just vibrations. Even one particular sound, ka, ka, ka. Where do you feel that? What does that make you feel like? Se, ke, umar, tuku, ushmar, mapaka, arnene, tewe, nete, kiano, se. Join in. Ormutuku urmanata uanatiki urmanata. Ormanana marnatuku ushke marnatuku ornatuku ornanana burtuku uanata kawashneke. Feel how it feels.
I can feel my spine opening. My whole spine started to expand as you were doing that. It's like Falandafa.
Very slowly, just allow yourself. Feel how it feels. You can almost feel the magnetism in your body, and the magnetic feeling.
Oh, you can feel
you really feel into it. Then allows you to move. It pulls itself into where it needs to go, and then it makes it stronger, which makes it even more obvious, which makes it pulls it even more. That it keeps emphasizing and heightening itself, and you know where to place your hand more, and it invigorates it even more. And when you're doing this, you'll feel releasements in your body. It just feels good. Your body knows exactly what you need. On that note.
What can I say? What an incredible interview and an incredible meditation. And we got to hear your stunning singing voice. So some people, if you're lucky and you go and do the sound stuff with Paul and use the bed, you might be lucky enough to get his beautiful singing voice as well.
If they want that, that's
if they want it, yeah. So there you go. So, oh God, that was beautiful. Just very quickly. I was interviewing an incredible 5D consciousness group yesterday called Love Has Won. Love Has Won. They're incredible, these two girls. And we finished it with the word ahava. Ahava in Hebrew is love. And the same way as you've got Buddha, Brahma, Allah, Adonai, it's always this open sound, ahava. It's a beautiful word in Hebrew. Love, like Wayne Dyer doesn't say love. He said we should actually pronounce it love.
Yeah, you can feel it, can't you, in a word when you express it.
Yeah. It's an open, everything is open. The words are open. And it's like you have just opened up the whole of my spine. I could feel all the vertebrae just, first of all, the way it started when you started singing, I went back to my Jewish roots. And in the synagogue, you had the cantor, the chazan, and they would sing like that. So I could feel it right deep down in my solar plexus and my lower stomach. And then that's what it means to me. I'm getting into the core of my feelings. And so I let that happen. And then it starts to open more and more. And then as you went along, the spine started to open up like that, stretching outwards and outwards. You know, I always get so much from all of this because it's so detoxified. You know, everything works in me so fast. I'm like a cat. You know, if you give an animal homeopathy, they don't have any barriers. So it's the same with me. I'm so open to all the techniques and healing because there's nothing to stop it. I don't have a barrier. I don't have saying, oh, this isn't going to work. You know what I mean? So that was incredible, Paul. I need to do another interview with you. My God, you should be doing your whole show. I reckon you should do a show and on there here, we're listening, every week, half an hour with Paul McDonald. I think, like, particularly while we're in lockdown, you could do your own lockdown series coming from the Positivity Center. How would you feel about
that? My little soundbar.
I think it'd be incredible. And you could put your own music. We are live still with this. You could put your own music in the background because you're writing all this stuff anyway. But, you know, half an hour, like I've got people doing half an hour, and I'm just saying, anybody, if you want to come on to Moving On TV, email me at movingontv1@gmail.com. This
share it.
Opportunity to do your own show.
Share it. Share
your talents, exactly. Martin does letting go in lockdown. Martin does hypnotherapy, letting go in lockdown. I have the lovely Ellen Carter. She's done books. She's done around her garden, organic vegetables. She did abundance in lockdown. I've got Jaden. Jaden Darcy, Mr. Darcy, I can't wait to see his program. He's in Australia. He's doing a program, and there you go. And Liz Hammond, fingers crossed, she's going to do her own Muse acting program in the lockdown. So there you go. Now we've got Paul McDonald, and he can do a lockdown series for us.
Yeah, I'm up for it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
So cool.
I'll do a weekly resonation.
Yeah, weekly from a positivity center, whatever it is you feel. Anyway, thank you so much, Paul. What can I say? It's been an incredible interview. And you've given so much. And that's what I love about this awakening, is we're all giving so much from the heart. You know, and I'm not checking how many subscriptions, how many likes, but I do need to get to 1,000 subscriptions on Moving On TV in order to stream live now, because everything has changed with YouTube. So we need to build up. The more subscriptions we have, the more wonderful people like Paul I can bring on. Okay. So take care. Have a beautiful dinner. Love to everyone, and we'll see you soon. So lots of love.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Peace.
Thanks you, Lauren.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye. Bye.
So he's not starting his talk to Tim. But this is my bro. Paul McDonald from Positivity Centre. Say hi.
I know you.
And he's going to do a talk to you about the beautiful Positivity Centre in Burnham at about 2 o'clock. So hopefully we're going to have a few more people here. But you see, this is the thing, is we're doing this together. We're doing everything we can to send out the love and the compassion to you guys and stay safe in the crazy world, aren't we, Paul?
Aye. Let me get all.
Woo! He's gonna sing! We did promise you entertainment. Wow, look at that. You look fantastic, everybody, come on!
Feel good.
Come on! Woo! Let's encourage him!
Yeah.
Woo!
Does everyone in here today feel good?
Yes!
I'm from, my name's Paul McDonald, and I'm from the Positivity Centre in Burnham, which I run with my lovely lady over there, Cecile. And,
There's the gorgeous family. There they are.
it's a centre, and it's all based around positivity, and how you can make more of that positivity inside yourself. But positivity is an inside job. So what I want to do when I'm coming here today is to try and help people feel more positive, but be more positive in themselves. And the one way to do that, which I like concentrating on, is intuition. And with intuition, the only way to get to know your intuition is by getting to know yourself, by sitting with yourself. And some people find it, how do I sit there with myself? How do I get in a space to meditate? First of all, you literally just have to sit there. So I invite anyone who's interested, if they want to sit there and learn to become more intuitive, feel more intuitive, and this can help with anything to do with such things as public speaking, to do with such things as art, to what you do in life. Intuition is a major key aspect to it, because your intuition allows you to bring through your gifts and what you are. Your intuition allows you to bring through the you, who you are, who you are here and meant to be. And everyone's here and supposed to be themselves as much as possible. You can't be anyone else as much as you can be you. And when you go to these seminars and these life coaches and they talk about they're the best at what they do, because you are the best at what you can do. No one is better than you at being you and what you do. So I can confidently get up here today with complete truth and say, I am the best at what I do. What you're going to get out of me today is the best of what I do. And what I'm good at is being intuitive. And my intuition is trying to lead me on to help other people be intuitive. And your intuition is your self, is your everything that's good about you, everything that you're here to do, to work with and offer, is yourself, and what it is you've got in yourself, being that your intuition. So, the mind blank then. Right. So now I've had a bit of a mind blank, so I never see anything as a mistake, so it's now given me a chance to sit there and feel. Because there's no scripts. So I've just got to sit here and feel, because my intuition comes from a place of consciousness. Everyone is conscious, everyone is alive, everyone is aware of their being, everyone can feel that they're alive. For example, you've got Jesus Christ, all of these avatars, these figures that are trying to help people in life, these religious figures, they're all being themselves as much as possible. Buddha, Moses, all these I can't think of all the names, Guru Nanak from the Sikh religion, the man who discovered Tai Chi, all of them sat there and they went inside themselves and they found what was good for them. And then they shared it with other people, and then you take from them what resonates with you. Not everything, just the bits that resonate with you, then your intuition tells you what resonates with you. Hence you're listening to your intuition, then you gather everything that you feel intuitively right for you, put it all together, and that makes up your own particular gifts. So you take from what you feel that you need to take from, and if they don't resonate with this because it's not meant for you. Does that make sense? So therefore, you're offering to the world yourself. And you are special. There's no mistake with you. The fact you're alive, the fact you exist, is a massive thing. Millions of people all over the world are here for a reason. You're here for a reason. Everyone's here for a reason. There's no point in not being you. And when people say, don't be egotistical, be completely egotistical as much as possible, because your ego is here to be you and your ego as much as possible. That's how special you are, but knowing that's part of a higher grand scheme which uses and works for everyone. But you need to be you as much as possible and offer what you've got as much as possible. Because you exist. And it will almost be like sticking your fingers up at God if you're not you as much as possible. So it's only you can follow various religions, follow various belief systems, but you don't need to, because everything comes from the same consciousness. You come from the same universe, the same source, the same consciousness as Buddha, as Krishna, as Jesus, as all these Tai Chi masters, as Tony Robbins, as Eckhart Tolle, these great philosophers and life coaches. They sit there and they tap into the same source which you're part of. Therefore it's in you. Therefore everyone can do it. Therefore, all you need to do is sit and listen to yourself. So one thing I'd like everyone to do, whoever's interested, is just to sit there and not try and wipe out any thoughts, not try not thinking, but to sit there and feel you as much as possible. Feel your aliveness as much as possible. Feel your traits as much as possible. Feel your imagination as much as possible. Feel your personality as much as possible. Let all the thoughts come and go. Don't try and get rid of anything. In fact, all the negative stuff, love it. Because we don't want to suppress it. We don't want to separate it. We want to love it. Therefore, you don't separate it. You merge it all together and you use it all. Even if you feel negative thoughts, don't try and dismiss them. Use all your negative thoughts and use them and feel them just as your being. Everything's made of, everything's got a positive and a negative, but use it all and create with it all. If you can create with good, when you're just as a thought, when you're annoyed, when you get angry, you feel really tense, really anxious, but you feel lots of energy, and you almost feel like when people get in a rage, they get in a rage because there's a whirlwind of energy in you. Well, what would happen if you could focus that whirlwind of energy? You can really use that energy, really, really use it. And embrace it. Don't try and dismiss it. But use it. Feel that negativity in you. Feel that everything that makes you negative, everything that makes you upset, everything that makes you annoyed, feel that alongside the positive stuff. Because you can't just feel and be positive. Everyone knows that. You have to embrace both. But use it for a positive outcome. So feel as much as possible. And when you meditate, when people meditate, the more they meditate, the more all you're doing is when you meditate, you're becoming more aware of your feeling, of your being, of your consciousness. And the more you feel that, the more you feel everything. The more you're allowing your body to feel everything. And by doing that, you're tapping into all consciousness. And all consciousness has many different things going on. And you're going to feel all of that. Some days you wake up and think, why am I feeling rubbish? Because you're good at everything in life, and sometimes you feel that, and the more you meditate, the more you become aware of consciousness and being, the more you're connected and feeling everything. But we need to feel it, and we need to hold it and give it space, and then we can use it. So feel everything in your entire being, especially the negative stuff. Feel it, let your body feel it as a whole, and whilst doing so, let your intuition, which gives you all your thoughts, your intuition, which gives you all your visions, all your ideals, all your dreams, but not from the head, from a place in your heart. Picture these things, visualize them, and then see them and feed that visual representation with all that energy in you, with all that rage, and use it. If you don't use it, it's just out there hanging around in the ether, where some depressed person picks up on it, uses it to create more problems or do some insidious act. This is a problem when people don't engage and feel and use that negative energy. When you just try to create love alone and positivity alone, you're separating oneness into duality. And when you concentrate on just one side of the coin, you're also strengthening and invigorating the other side. You imagine the two together. You've got negative, you've got positive, yin and yang. That's life. They're together, they're in balance. But when you just try and focus on one and repress the other, you separate them. This is the nature of duality. So you can create as much love and light and positivity as possible. But by doing that, you're also creating the opposite. Maybe not with you, but somewhere in the collective consciousness of the world, everything's connected. So you, by focusing on the signature energy of one aspect of life, you're strengthening the other side. Therefore, you're seeing in the planet at the moment loads of people very positive, loads of people doing lots of good stuff, lots of meditation, lots of brilliant things. But at the same time, they're also invigorating the polar opposite, which is there's lots of stabbings going on, lots of insidiousness, lots of schizophrenia, because people are trying to separate them. Fill them both, fill them together, use them, neutralise them. You don't have complete excitement, and then you don't have a complete drop that comes with excitement. You just have this nice joyousness, which is in the heart. There's a difference. And it's important that we do this because we can't get away from it. Even if you want to sit here now and you're not interested in what I'm on about or what anyone's on about, if you don't believe in it, it's still going to affect you anyway. Either way, you're hypnotising people, you're being hypnotised, you're life coaching, everyone's coaching. It will either be negative, positive or whatever it is. We're all using people, we're all manipulating people, we're all some sort of energy vampire where we're trying to suck things from other people because we can't feel content in ourselves. And at the moment on this planet, there's a rising magnetic energy. Every now and again there's these fluctuations, there's these cycles. There's a man called, it's either Greg Braden or Greg Barden. He's Greg Braden. And this bloke, he dips his foot in both worlds. He dips his feet into into complementary stuff, into holistic stuff, and he's also into his metaphysical science, and he's mainstream and alternative. And he was looking at about these scientists. They had some satellites out that they take an account of what's going on with the electromagnetic energy of the planet. And they found out that there's a peak that happened in I can't remember the date, but they worked it out and they said there was a peak of electromagnetic energy. And this peak of electromagnetic energy happened at the time of 9/11. When 9/11 happened, that was obviously, everyone knows that it's not even a conspiracy, you can say that there was something happened, whoever done it for a negativism. But due to the amount of people all over the world who were in shock and their heart opened in shock and care, that actually raised the electromagnetic energy of the planet. So I'm going off the point a bit. Also, the same man, Greg Braden, have I got it right, Lauren?
Yeah, you have.
He's found out with a load of other scientists, they took a great big tube of ice out of the ground, and this tube of ice is showing the same cycles every few thousand years. So every now and again we get this raise in solar energy. Solar magnetic energy is life force. It's that invigorating electrical life force in us, and the more that raises, the more solar flares are hitting this planet, the more it invigorates and heightens everything, whether that be negative or positive. So it'd be great if we could invigorate. I'm speaking anyway. It'd be great if you could invigorate them both together rather than separate. So as much as there's a lot of war going on, everything's heightened. You're noticing a lot of good stuff going on. You're noticing a lot of community stuff going on. You're noticing a lot of war happening. You're noticing a lot of political stuff going on. A lot of economic stuff changing. These massive rises and and falls, but also at the same time there's lots of big changes, lots of shifts, lots of what's the word? Lots of new inventions, lots of new not new philosophies, but lots of brainstorming. This is because absolutely everything is heightened because of electromagnetic energy from the sun. So we're really in a time where we really do need to sit with ourselves and allow our intuition from our heart come through rather than the disimbalances in our head. And the disimbalances in our head come through when we're being too stimulated, when we're on phone much, when we're on laptops too much, because it's that quick fix stimulation that's stimulating, I don't quite know the chemicals, but it's these quick fix stimuli which is used for marketing reasons. It's purely for marketing, for some rich dudes to make money who's in that side, you know, into that aspect of life. But it's caused a bit of a problem where it's causing everyone to be all over the place because we all just want that quick fix. I'm only just talking to my daughters about it today. It's in India they call it pranic energy, in Christianity they call it the holy, or they call it, there's another word, they call it breath. Ruach, maybe, I can't pronounce it right. But it's all just energy. Ruach, yeah.
Ruach.
It's basically your life force energy, but different countries call it different things. But you've all got it, so you all just need to connect with that. I'm basically covering a few different things here, but my whole intention is to try and get people to be more intuitive. Either be sound, either free movement. Allow your body, when you sit there and just relax and you feel your body gives you what you need. You may need to shout, but there's nowhere we can go out and shout. A few years ago I was going through issues, I wanted to go out and scream. He said to me, I don't care, I did go out in the middle of the field and scream. Yeah. This was at night and then I'd done it again. And I turned around and had to laugh because one of my neighbours was standing at the top of this hill. Thinking it was this nutcase. But then you don't feel like you can do it because if you do it, someone's going to think you're nuts, or some woman out walking their dog's going to think you're a crazy person. So we need somewhere where we can go and do that. The positivity centres where I invite people to come and do that, where you can release. Because first you need to release all your conditioning, you need to release all of your rubbish, you need to release all them blockages, that the stuff you keep in where I can't be myself, I've got to follow what everyone else does, but I feel this is what I really want to do, this is how I really want to dress, this is what I really want to do, I want to go out and dance, I want to be a ballet singer, but my dad doesn't want me to do that, my dad, I need to do this masculine job, or a woman who, everyone's under pressure of what society tells them they need to do, but we're creating problems and blockages in us, and us being connected to everyone else consciously, we're creating problems in the collective consciousness, which is creating even more bigger problems and making us more and more stuck. Creating problems energetically, emotionally, and everything affects everything else. So I invite anyone who wants to lose their stresses, who wants to relax more, who wants to let go, who wants to feel more inspired, who wants to be themselves, who wants to be more creative, who wants to be more of themselves in order to give other people permission to be more of themselves. And when you're being yourself, as I said, you let yourself through, you let your intuitive gifts through, because you're here for a reason. You know, think of like how many planets had to collide, smash and be destroyed in order for you to be here now. How many people had to meet up, make love, have babies, die in order for you to be here now. That's how important and relevant you are to this life now. If you take you out of the picture, life cannot exist. It just can't, and you're here for a reason. So you might as well be you and that reason as much as possible. And that's not by following anything else, but following yourself. And by following yourself, you'll work in accordance with a higher consciousness that works through us all. If everyone listens to themselves, they'll all be still listening to that higher consciousness, energy, source that works through all of us. Because we all know that there's an energy in us. There's some sort of consciousness, there's a feeling. Activity Centre. .co.uk, it's also on Facebook. We have meditation, we have mindfulness, we have ecstatic dance, we have sound therapy, we have all sorts of stuff to get. We have art expression. We're soon going to be doing like sober range, where it's getting people, it starts off where people can just relax And then you slowly just let everyone close their eyes and then just start moving. And then you end up, you just dance, and in the end you don't care. You're high on just enjoying yourself. And then the more you do it, the more you start to invigorate that pattern within yourself. And the more other people start to see you being happier without the need of drink, without the need of drugs, without the need of all these outside influences, and you just enjoying being yourself and expressing yourself, the more they start to say, hey, that's working for him, I want to do it. And energetically you will influence them anyway, you can't not, because energetically you're connected with them. So it will inspire and invigorate other people. I've seen it in my own life. I made changes in my own life about 15 years ago. And slowly, people who used to think I was nuts, or Paul, you're a weirdo, Paul, you're into all this airy-fairy stuff, this hippie stuff. Slowly, I've seen massive changes of people around me. And then changes they've seen around people around them influence people. You really do change everything. As soon as you were born, you changed everything. That's how amazing and how intricate and important you are to everything. So if you do really want to be you as much as possible and lose the entanglement of what's been created in yourself, lose miseries in yourself, lose anxiety, if you want to get rid of all this nasty stuff and be yourself, be confident, be more inspirational, be more artistic, be more expressionate, be more everything great about being you as much as possible, then I suggest maybe come down to the Positivity Centre or anywhere in fact that describes that way of life and that way of being yourself. Go and do it. Go and learn or actually unlearn. Go and remember who you are at soul essence, which is you and your state of being. Freedom of you being you. But it starts off, you need to first sit and just breathe and feel your own breath, feel your own spirit, feel your own consciousness. Give space to yourself and let yourself unfold the way you were born and designed to be. With that, I'm going to say take care. Thank you, Laurene, and this place is beautiful.
It is. Thank you, Paul. Hang on. Thank you. No, thank you, Paul. Just stay right there.
What therapies are available at the Positivity Centre?
With therapies we've got at the Positivity Centre, we've got a hypnagogic light. It's a bit like when you're younger and you've got these kaleidoscopic things. But what it is you're lying down on the bed and this light, it's like quick pulsing flashes. Its frequency is converted into sound and light. So you've got your eyes closed, the light goes through, hits on its optic nerve and sends that signal to the brain. So it's like hypnotic, but it's absolutely beautiful. And you can put yourselves, there's many different frequencies, energetic frequencies, relaxation frequencies, frequencies to help you feel more invigorated. If it's a quick lunch thing that you need to just feel more invigorated, it works. We've got testimonials. I've had various people, some people have used it and said that their old memories come up and then they faded away. And then at the end of the session they said they had a bad back and a bad back went. And the logical conclusion of is the memories that were brought up from the subconscious mind to the conscious mind released the energetic influences which they were feeling in their body. This is one of them, and it has many different effects. Some people feel a state of bliss. Some people feel a sense of high. Some people feel clarity. There's 50 different programs, and there's many more to be made. And alongside that, we have the liquid sound bed, which is it's like a massage table with heated waterbed on top, and transducer speakers underneath, which gives out the same frequency through a vibration through the bed. This is good for fibromyalgia, it's good for post-traumatic stress, good for anxiety, good for pain relief. A friend of mine who's he's a bit of a busker in London, lives out in does a lot of stuff in London basically, a lot of squatting. He's in that sort of lifestyle where he's to do with music, and he lives out a lot. And he suffers with bad blood circulation due to being out in the cold. After 15 minutes of being on this bed, he even noticed that the blood circulation in his feet was a lot better. But this is great for everything. All life is frequency and electricity and vibration. Hence, it's the pre-medicinal thing that we need. It's these elements of life that we need to use. Myself, I do healing. It'll be different types of healing. Sometimes it uses sound to invigorate people. Sometimes I relax people. Sometimes you use different analogies to put people into a lucid state where you can then help them with the information they want you to give them to help remould the way they want to think, to empower them. You've got Cecile, she does Indian head massage. We're also going to have a Shirodhara treatment, which is an ancient Ayurvedic treatment where it's basically a line on the bed. You've got this thin stream of warm oil concentrating coming down the forehead. Very relaxing, very beautiful feeling and experience. We've also got what's the other one, Cecile? The far infrared dome. It's basically like a dome that goes over the body, and it helps. It penetrates into everything: bone, blood, marrow, cells, everything. It's a bit like the solar energy of the sun, and also the same energy you get when you're doing healing. And as I've said, healing is just electromagnetic energy. Nothing supernatural about it. It's just very natural, very, very natural. A lot of stimulus that stops us feeling that and using it. And this bed again works on depression, works on aches and pains, invigorates blood cells. It's great for absolutely everything. So we've got the liquid sound table, the hypnagogic light, Reiki, a lady who does theta healing, which changes mind concepts. Oxygen, facial therapy, and oxygen therapy as well, which helps. I think Lauren's had this. It helps it gives you more concentration of oxygen. Where a lot of us, our stance, basically, where we're not being ourselves, where we don't walk properly, where we're all over the place, we walk with a bit of a swagger. We're thinking all the time. We're not being present. We're not standing properly. We're not holding ourselves properly. We're not eating properly. It's all a symbiotic relationship. Then the blood flow isn't the same, our breathing isn't the same, we're not taking in as much breath, and the breath is the thing that brings through your life force. So therefore, when you're getting that oxygen therapy, it helps give you what you naturally should be doing anyway, invigorating and bringing in more breath, through proper stance, through proper... When you're relaxed, you're breathing, you breathe a whole lot more deeper. When you're all erratic, when your mind's erratic, you breathe shallow. You're more tense, your heart's more tense, the chemicals in your body flow a lot more insidiously. So oxygen therapy is something we should be really doing ourselves, but it's there as an aid for people who have erratic lifestyles, corporate lifestyles, people who have to be bang on the ball, people who are, corporate lifestyles is one of the main things where you really have to follow what someone else is telling you. You've got to follow this pressure, you've got to follow this goal, you've got to follow this deal. Most of the time there's no time to be yourself. But there is a space where you can come and do that. The light machine helps you do that. The healing helps you do that. The dancing exercises, the Tai Chi, the meditation, the yoga, everything. All of these things are there to help you relax. Even if you've got a busy lifestyle, as long as you're I can't think of the word. As long as you're putting a bit of time aside to, that's another word that's gone out myself, to counteract it. That's enough, even if it's just 10 minutes a day.
Would you organise away days for companies at all?
Yes, yep.
Yeah.
I'm up for anything. We've got a team of people, we can do anything. It's basically just needing to know time and dates.
Yeah.
We can have things going on at the centre, we can go to places. I'd quite like to get some sort of bus which goes around to corporate places and takes this to them, because I think it's important, because it's corporations that run the planet, to be quite honest, and so they need to be in a harmonious state. They need to feel more. Everyone needs to feel more. The more you feel everything. The more compassion you have, the more you feel and understand what's going on in the world, the more you're aware and concerned for what's happening. So corporations are behind most of things in lifestyle, most aspects of life, so that's a key one. A bit like education, I'd love to go more into schools, because these are the people that are going to be ruling the world in the future, and it's a key aspect that they need to have these. This should be in schools. Schools are concentrating primarily on academic stuff. That's like 10 or 20% of what we're about. Where is the concentration on feeling, on expression, on being yourself? All the massive things, the main things. There's so much pressure in school because no one's allowed to be themselves. I see it all the time with my daughters. So this is one of the main things we need to Well, all of it's important, but corporate stuff, educational stuff, these are key parts of life that need addressing with this lifestyle and these practices.
Good. Right. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
so much, Paul.
Your pleasure.
Thank you so much, Paul. I just...
Thank you.
I'm in awe of Paul McDonald. I feel that you're just a very, very enlightened person. And I remember I met you just when I was on crutches coming out of the wheelchair. And I knew that we were going to be working together and we were going to be good friends. And we were just connected in some way. But what I'd like to say about the Positivity Centre, because a lot of what we've heard here is about what the therapies that happen. My experience of the Positivity Centre is it's my retreat. It's basically home. I've never really felt at home in most places in my life. And yet when I go to the Positivity Centre, even if it's just to sit in the beautiful garden and look at some of the deer sometimes that come there, or just sit by a tree and have a good cry, I feel that I can be myself, completely be myself. And that's one of the reasons that I invited Paul here today, not just to tell you about the incredible therapies that are happening, but because you can just go there, you can go to the beautiful coffee shop and have one of the best, sorry Lauren, she's not here today, but one of the best hot chocolates, vegan, with organic oat milk in your life. And meet the most incredible people and basically form a tribe, form a family that we're trying to do here in the front room. So I think that Paul deserves an amazing round of applause, and so does Cecile over there, because they've done it together and they're a beautiful family. Because whenever Martin and I go there, we feel like we're in a family. We're always welcome, we're always treated with respect. We even got a beautiful meal yesterday. We bought our own food. But basically, I think Paul, for what he spoke about today and the way he, presented it to you, I can't speak like that. And I hope that it got into your hearts and that you got it. So you know where to go. It's on Ashton Lane, Burnham. It's 3 minutes away from the High Street. And we hope that everyone's we're all going to join together. So what Hope Glory Productions is doing, helping you find peace in the world starts with peace in the heart. With what Paul and Cecile are doing, what me and Martin are doing, with what Odelia is doing with the beautiful food and beautiful free cakes. The front room, we're all there for you, here in High Wycombe and in Burnham, Berkshire, to create a better world.
Oh,
guys, welcome to Moving On TV. I've got a great guest on today. I'm very, very excited to introduce the father of tapping, EFT tapping, better known as Brad Yates, onto Moving On TV. This is a huge, exciting opportunity, and I can't wait to interview him. Brad Yates is the gentleman that on YouTube that you can see doing lots of different types of tapping. He does tapping for abundance, for health. He's doing tapping in the lockdown at the moment. And he basically introduces emotional freedom therapy to us in a very fun way, in an easy way that is basically accessible to everyone. So one of the messengers of light on the Holistic Show and the Messengers of Light, welcome to Moving On TV. How are you today, Brad Yates? Thank you. Hey. Anyway, hi, Brad. It's really good to have you on Moving On TV. So how are you today?
I'm excellent, thank you. How about you?
I'm great. As I say, the sun is shining in the UK, so it's a beautiful day. And it's lovely to start to see people coming back together, like my neighbors are sitting with their family, with their parents. It's so lovely to be able to see that now. So where are you based in America?
I'm in Sacramento, California, capital of California, and it is very warm. It's only 9 o'clock here, and it's already 83 degrees. So
Wow.
We'll be in triple digits today. I don't remember how that translates to Celsius, but
very hot.
it's hot.
Okay, so as I say, you know, the programs that I do for Moving On TV, I like to delve a little bit deep to find out a little bit about the person behind the persona, so to speak. So can you just tell me a little bit about Brad, a little bit about you? But the most important thing I want to know is, how did this come to happen? How did you become, I'd say, the father of EFT, the fun dad of tapping? And so where did this all come from, Brad?
Yeah, well, just to get a disclaimer out there, far from the father of EFT. Roger Callahan came up with the tapping process called thought field therapy. Gary Craig worked with him and created emotional freedom tech, EFT. So I'm just one of the earlier people who took it on and was had the thought to put it on YouTube when YouTube was new, and so that's where I was able to create a bit of a name for myself. I only intended one video at first. I thought, hey, YouTube's cool. I should put a tapping video up there, something people could start their day, and I'll call it Tap of the Morning. And that was all I intended. And then
that's Irish.
Yes. Six months later, I had another idea. I thought, well, I should have one to end the day, Tap of the Evening. And then ideas started coming, and now there's over 900 of them.
Wow.
So, but I had actually started out as an actor. I had gotten my degree in drama. I had traveled the world doing theater. I studied acting in London, and was doing that, traveling around, when I thought, it's time to go to Hollywood and be a movie star. So I went to LA, and while I was there, I met a woman, fell in love, got married. And when our first child was on the way, I thought, I should probably have a backup job. But instead of getting like a steady kind of paycheck thing, I trained to become a hypnotherapist, because I'd always been fascinated by the power of the mind. Started doing that. And over the next couple of years, I was building a small practice while still pursuing my acting career. And then our second child came along, and I thought, you know what? As much as I love acting, this personal development work is really what I love. This is what I feel called to do most. So we left LA, moved to Northern California, and through some other hypnotherapists, that's when I heard about EFT and tapping and energy psychology. And I went to a conference, took a training with Gary Craig, and just thought, wow, this is really cool. And little by little started putting it into my hypnotherapy sessions, until little they became tapping sessions with a little bit of hypnosis at the end.
Okay, wow, that's really interesting because I'm an actress. I tour as Edith Piaf for Maria Callas and theatre. But my passion is similar to yours, is all this new consciousness and finding out more about people. As we know, everything is stuck in the subconscious. Conscious is about that, and that's our conscious.
Yes.
And so I think what tap does, it helps to bring everything to the surface. So can you tell us a little bit, what is EFT? Can you explain a little bit of emotional freedom technique? What is it?
Yeah, so emotional freedom techniques, also a lot of us just call it tapping, is literally a process of tapping with our fingertips on certain points on the face and body. And if anyone's watching this and they're new to this, I know it looks a little bit strange, but there is a reason why we do it. So originally, Roger Callahan developed it from acupuncture. So for thousands of years in Chinese medicine, they have said there's a flow of energy through the body along these pathways called meridians. And when this energy is flowing naturally, we experience our natural state of health and well-being, physically and emotionally. And when this energy gets stuck, we don't feel so good. And when we don't feel good, we don't think as clearly, we don't make the best choices, and our choices create our lives. So our choices about our career, about our relationships, about our health, how we eat, things like that. We make those choices mostly at an emotional level. He said the unconscious versus the little conscious. So, you know, that's why consciously we say, I want to be healthy, I want to be wealthy, I want to be happy. But unconsciously, based on old programming, we're making choices that keep us safe, which may not always be happy, healthy, and wealthy, but it feels safe. And it's designed to keep us safe based on these old ideas. So when we're tapping, we're balancing out the energy system. We're dramatically lowering stress. It's the simplest, quickest form of stress relief that I know. It's all natural. And there is scientific evidence validating the tapping. We have studies with hormones. So in tapping, dramatically lowering cortisol, one of the stress hormones. There are fMRI studies now where we can see stress brain activity reducing with the tapping. So while it looks a little strange and some people might think it's a little woo-woo, it actually is scientifically backed as a process for calming down the stress system. And that's what happens is when, you know, all those thoughts and beliefs in the subconscious mind that we're operating from come from early experiences. You know, if we hear our parents say, rich people are greedy, don't be a bad person, then we have this idea of, I'm not going to be safe if I have more money. And so I'm making those. But if I start to try to challenge that, if I start to say, no, I want to make more money, I have a stress response. When we start to try to mess with our unconscious mind, we have a stress response. So that's why the tapping allows us to shift down the stress and go, oh, this idea that money is the root of all evil, that's a mistranslation and it's not correct. And I can let that go, and I don't need to have that be an impediment. So we can do that with all of our beliefs about what a healthy relationship is, what a healthy weight is, how to take care of our bodies, how to take care of other people, how to relate to other people. We have all of these old beliefs about how we should be that we can start to shift and live in a much more harmonious and joyful way.
Okay, so going back a little bit, when you talk about belief systems and values, which ones did you have when you came into tapping? What did you bring from your background, from your childhood or your background that you were able to work through to help yourself?
Yeah. So one of the things that helped me get known on YouTube was I had always been an artist and an entertainer. So my tapping videos, there's some humor in them. So
was there anything that you were in that we would know? You know,
well, if you saw the film Chaplin, I have a I have two tiny parts in Chaplin. As Mary Pickford's escort, and then as a friend of Charlie's later on. So I actually got my first line in a feature film as a favor from Sir Richard Attenborough. It may have been Lord Attenborough. But and I'm not a doctor, but I did play one on TV on
Right.
Days
Okay.
of Our Lives.
All
Had a
right.
few little
These
things.
are the days of our lives. The days
Yeah,
of our lives. Yeah.
Days of Our Lives.
Used to watch that all the time until it got taken off. Can't anymore. Yeah.
Well, back in 1996, I helped save Sammy's life. So.
Oh wow. Okay. I think that rings a bell. Yeah, I used to be obsessed with it. Can't remember now. Anyway, coming back.
So I brought
Yeah.
that sense of entertainment and fun was something I valued. The interesting thing is a sense of service, and this was something that my wife really cultivated, because I'd been a relatively selfish actor. I think had been, I was raised with, a lot of great values about being kind to people, being courteous, being respectful, and but I think that in my actor phase, it was very much about, what's in it for me. And then I met my wife, who was running homeless shelters. It was very
Wow.
service oriented.
Fascinating.
And I had a project when I first started as a hypnotherapist. I was running at one of the programs, a transitional housing program she ran. She allowed me to come in and teach a self-esteem workshop there. So that was like the first thing of me reaching out and trying to be of service, which has then fueled all of, the 900 plus videos that are on YouTube.
Okay. I need to ask you a question, because I know people are going to be fascinated here. So you are an actor involved with Hollywood, and you know what the questions could be here. A person is spiritual and got a calling. Did you not find that difficult, being in such an environment? I mean, were you put into any situations that were not safe for you?
I wasn't. And I absolutely know that there's a dark side to so many different things. I still have friends in Hollywood who are wonderful people. So I know a lot of people will focus on the dark side of Hollywood, and there have, because in the film industry, there are people who are able to get into places of power. And if they are not healthy people, that power can be misused. There are also a lot of wonderful people who use their power that they get in Hollywood to do a lot of really good things.
It's good to hear that. It's good to hear that, because as I say, we have to look at both sides, don't we? And it's really interesting to have you here as someone that I can ask that question. So anyway, so you're saying your wife, who was running homeless shelters, got you really into all of this. So carry on. This is fascinating.
Well, so she showed me the value of being of service in a way that I really hadn't been before. So that combined with, as I was learning hypnotherapy and then EFT, and just wanting to share that to make the world a better place, as opposed to just, okay, what can I do to be successful, make a lot of money, and do this, which, there was a certain amount of that when I was an actor. Was, I want to be a rich movie star.
You have to be grounded, don't you?
Pardon me?
You have to be grounded, and you do tapping for abundance, which is...
I do. There's absolutely nothing wrong with wealth. It's an abundant world. And as we clear out, I'm going to encourage folks to actually be tapped.
Okay.
So this is one of the key points, the collarbone point, where the collarbones just about come together. Because as I talk about this, some people will have certain beliefs and feelings coming up. So this is just one of the places you can tap.
You're going to get a lot of spiritual people that have that issue.
Yes.
Their job, I mean, I do my work, and I never have learned anything yet from this, but I absolutely adore it. I love it. So I probably have that issue of asking for money for doing what you love.
Right. The idea that money is not spiritual, but if you look at the world, if you look at the planet that God, Source, Spirit has created, it's pretty freaking abundant.
Yes. It's a bit like Neil Donald Walsh said in Conversations with God that there was a big cake, and it would have been nice if the cake had been divided equally, and then we could all have had some of it. But like you say, a lot of our belief systems are holding us back. So I think this would be a great opportunity for the kind of people that are going to watch this to work with you, Brad. So
it's a huge cake. I think it's Bob Proctor talks about it as thinking of it like a pie or a pizza, and it's like, well, we take a bigger slice, then I'm taken away from someone else. And he says, no, just imagine a bigger pie.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah.
Because there is unlimited abundance. And that's why I'm saying tap, because I know this is going to challenge a lot of people.
Okay, great. Let's do it.
But, you know, the idea of having this giant cake, and if everyone got an equal slice, but people are taking a much smaller slice than they need to. And it doesn't, but then there are other people, because of their fears, the people who take a giant slice, that comes from fear as well. This sense of greed. Abundance and wealth are great. Greed is a deformed part of that, because it comes from a fear of, I need to be proving something to people. I need to have more than other people. You know, it's like, if I want to have a yacht, I can be okay with someone else having a yacht. It doesn't be, well, I have a yacht and you don't. That comes from a disconnection from source. You're trying to feed something there. But to say, hey, it's an abundant world, and I really enjoy being on the water, and I choose to provide so much service that I earn so much money that I'm able to have a yacht. What's wrong with that? And people are building yachts. You're creating jobs. It's good to support the economy.
Well, money is a wonderful thing. It's like technology is a wonderful thing. It depends how you use it.
Well, the analogy I often use is, think of money as a brick. You know, so you can take a brick and you can build a hospital with bricks. You can also take a brick and use it to smash a window to steal things.
Right.
So if you saw somebody break a window with a brick, would you say, oh, bricks, they're so bad. Definitely don't want to have bricks. And I might need a few just to be able to, you know, build a small domicile for myself, but I shouldn't have too many bricks. And it's like, the more bricks you have, the more hospitals and churches or whatever you want to build, you can build all kinds of wonderful things with those tools. Money is just a tool. It's what's done with it. And that comes from people's fears and beliefs or their excitement. And so people have visions of, wow, what's possible? And, you know, so I just finished, just moments before I get on the call with you, I finished watching a biopic about Walt Disney and the things that he envisioned and was able to create. And, you know, so to allow ourselves, especially spiritual people, you're visionaries, we have ideas about how what the world could be and how wonderful it could be. And, you know, money definitely helps create things, to build spiritual centers, to get the message out to people. So
yes, exactly. So
there's nothing noble, you know, it's, give yourself permission. I don't want to say there's nothing noble about it. I don't want to, you know, diss anyone, but consider the possibility that it's just as noble to allow yourself to have the abundance to make the difference, a bigger difference in the world.
Yes.
Than to shun money and to say that money is bad, because money's not bad.
That's right. And you give away a lot anyway. I mean, YouTube is packed full of you doing tapping, just giving and giving and giving to people. So, but it's interesting that you came from a background of being very grounded with money ideas anyway, as you were saying, as an actor. You met your wife, who gave you this opportunity to develop your spirituality. Let's go back to that a minute, to the hopelessness and your wife's work, and how did all of that come together with you, with what you were doing before?
Yeah, so let's see, when I first met her, she was running a program for homeless parolees down in Los Angeles, right near an area known as Crack Corner, so really bad part of town. And, you know, she's working with these guys homeless guys coming out of jail for, you know, all kinds of crimes, including murder. So, and then transferred to become the director of a transitional housing program in Santa Monica. So, and then I started actually working there. But yeah, the first part of that was when I took on that assignment or created this self-esteem workshop, because here were these people living in this transitional housing program who had nothing and were trying to start again, and always felt that they had to be on the receiving end. They were dependent upon people donating to keep the shelter up. So the first project that we did is we went to, I took a group of these folks to a local senior citizen home to go around and just visit with these people who had no one coming to visit them. And so they got to just sit and talk to these people, and they got to give back. And that was one of the most exciting days for me, was to just be able to see these people who were always just looking to receive and having an opportunity to give, and just what a difference that made for them.
Mm. It's amazing, amazing.
And that's a big part of my work is what people can do for others. I've often said when I'm working with a group, I'm not here for you. For all of the people that you're going to touch, that you're not reaching out to right now because you're stopping yourself.
Mm.
And just like everyone, all kinds of spiritual folks who say, well, you know, I mustn't have money, I have to play small, I have to do this. There's so many people that you could reach as you let go of those fears.
Mm. Fantastic. So amazing. And the fact that you agreed and you got back to me straight away, it means so much, because we're such a small station, we're only starting out. And for you to get back to me with such respect, it really does show how special you are and what a kind man you are. So thank you so much for that.
Oh,
really beautiful.
I'm very blessed to get to do what I do, and I want everyone to be able to benefit from this work. So if you had one viewer, that's one person that I might reach who otherwise might not know about EFT. So just to be able to share this work with more and more people, that's why I put it out on YouTube and have it, freely on YouTube, so that people can say, hey, check this out. And it's not, hey, you should check this out, but you're going to have to buy it, because especially with something that looks a little strange, people are going to say, yeah, I don't know. So trying to make it as easy as possible for it to reach as many people as possible.
I remember years ago, because I have a lot of history with mental health. I have a big story. I recovered in something called a therapeutic community, which we have in this country, with no medication. I don't believe in medication at all. And I remember before my recovery, I didn't know about tapping. And I remember sitting outside a petrol station. I was having a panic attack, and I was going, how to do this. And I thought, people are watching you, but whatever, help me get through this. And it does actually work. So why the particular tapping points? Because, we could kind of go through them. The middle of the eyebrows, the side of the underneath the eye. Why these particular meridians? Why do they actually work? I mean, under the armpit, what's that all about? It's a bit like, why does that actually work? How does it work?
So these points were when Roger Callahan first developed his tapping process called thought-field therapy. He was the very first person he worked with, this woman called Mary, who had a lifelong phobia. And she was about 40 years old, had worked with different therapists throughout her life, and was working with Dr. Callahan, who is a licensed psychotherapist. And after, I think it was about a year and a half, she'd been working with him doing traditional psychotherapy, and he could have her out on the patio near the swimming pool, but looking away from it. She couldn't actually look at the water. She could only bathe in an inch of water. Just all her life had this issue. And at this time, he was just expanding his horizons and was taking a course on acupressure and learning about these meridians. And at one point he said to her, so what is the physical symptom that you experience with the water phobia? She says, oh, well, I get this knot in my stomach. And he said, okay, so the end point for the stomach meridian is right here under the eye. Let's just see what would happen if we could do something about that knot in your stomach. He just tapped under her eye for a moment. And she said, it's gone. And he said, well, what's gone? She goes, the fear. And she runs out the house to the swimming pool.
Oh my God.
And he's running after her saying, wait, stop. She goes, it's okay. I know I don't know how to swim, but she got down by the water. He started splashing water in her face and said, I feel fine.
Mm-hmm.
So Dr. Callahan naturally thought, well, that's interesting. And started experimenting with different clients and using different acupuncture points that he had learned about in the course, found that with different emotional issues, he needed to tap in different sequences. So each of these points, so these points associate with the bladder, the gallbladder, the stomach.
Something to do with the third eye as well, because the third eye around here.
There are people who tap that area. The point that we tap in EFT is right here at the beginning of the eyebrow.
Right.
On either side.
Okay.
And so it's and that's associated and the organs are traditionally associated with different organs of the body, which are often associated with different emotions. So bladder is often associated with sadness and trauma. The side of the eye, gallbladder, is associated with anger and resentment. Under the eye, the stomach associated with fear, and so forth. Oh. So that's why he developed those points. Now, there are, quite a few meridians running down the body. There are points all over the body. We use 8 specific points. There are people who use other points. A lot of people use wrist points. So the points that we use are right at the beginning of the eyebrow, the side of the eye, under the eye, right under the nose, just under the lower lip, just above the chin, right here where the collarbones come together, and you just make a fist and tap there. 4 inches below the armpit.
What is this for under the armpit?
So under the armpit is associated with low self-esteem.
Oh, okay.
And then finally the top of the head, and just we tap with all of the fingers around the crown of the head. And I can't remember the Chinese term, but it's like the meeting of 100 roads, because a lot of the meridians cross over there. So you're actually tapping on a number of meridians.
Okay. Wow. You know what? When I did come out of therapy, thank you for that. It's beautiful. I'm hoping that people will do that with us. When I came out of therapy after 18 months, and I was really panicking that I wasn't going to be able to stay calm and sane, because I was in a 24-hour support system. I found something called the Healing Code by Alex Lloyd. Have you heard of that?
A little bit, and I know of Alex Lloyd. I haven't met him, but he was one of the he was doing EFT for a while.
There's similarities. There's similarities in the way that the Healing Code goes here, from this point. You've got the throat chakra. But one of the similarities I found was when you go into a more advanced Healing Code, is you are actually turning the crown, you're turning this part of the top of the head, and it does, and at the same time you're breathing out and doing this, and I could release energies that were blocked through doing that. So we're saying, one of the things I was talking to one of my healer friends, he does lots of modalities, is that they're all basically coming from the same energy. And everything is connected.
There is only one energy. Yes.
Yeah. And whether they work with you in one way or another, as long as they work, it matters. The main thing is that they work.
To me, healing is like music. There are a lot of different genres of music. There are a lot of different instruments. And there are a lot of different people who play instruments differently. So I know that a lot of people get very religious about their healing modality and say it's the one and only thing that you should do. But that's like saying to someone who likes jazz, you really need to listen to country western. It's, you know, country western is the only real music. Jazz is not, you know. Or even if you're using a particular tool like EFT, and someone will say, oh, you're doing it wrong. That's like Eric Clapton saying to Keith Richards, you played the guitar wrong. No, because we're all going to respond in different ways. So I like to stick to tapping just because it works for me, and it for the way that I like to work, it simplifies it. But I know that there are many different healing techniques. There are a lot of different tapping modalities that use different points. And there is no wrong way. And some people will respond to one way better than other, just like some people like Eric Clapton more than they like Keith Richards. Some people like jazz more than they like country western. And so that's why it's wonderful that people have found, oh, here's another way of using the energy that is going to speak to some particular people. Just like people who are, you know, spiritual healers, you have a unique way that some people aren't going to heal in any other way. That's why it's important that you share your gift, because you're going to reach people in a way that some other people just can't reach them.
We're all unique, and this is why I love kinesiology as well, because kinesiology, muscle testing, can actually tell you what's good for you, what foods are good. But again, you can use all of this for tapping, can't you? Checking allergies and stuff like that. Can you tap around things like that?
Yeah, a lot of people have used tapping for allergies and shifting whatever might be going on at an unconscious level that is creating the system that has the allergic response.
Right. Okay. So absolutely incredible. As you said, everyone will choose something, but you can try different things, and they're all out there. I mean, I've experimented with loads of different things. Like, particularly, a lot of people go and have acupuncture. I hate needles. I don't like pain. So what's the point? What if you can actually do, you know what I mean? I hate pain, so why stick needles in myself? But this way, you can get a lot of great results without going. It's not painful. It's actually very gentle. And,
yes.
And it does work. As I say, I've been through a lot of grief, a lot of abandonment. I grew up in Israel, and so I have a lot of PTSD around that. I'm actually I was born in Ireland, I grew up in Israel, and I went there when I was 7. And with all this lockdown, when all of this started, my childhood was everywhere. It was everywhere because I was numbed, basically. I wasn't allowed to say anything or be myself from about the age of 7 till I left Israel. I knew it wasn't right for me. And everything, so I started tapping. And it just really made me feel. And because I'm not scared of my feelings, luckily, it was very, very painful, but it did come up to the surface. And I kept tapping. I did quite a lot of tapping with you on TV, bringing all of this stuff up. And one of the things I think a lot of people live with is a huge, intense sense of it's their fault. That I think children pick this up. They think everything is their fault. It's my fault. I'm to blame for everything. And if you're brought up with a parent that is very stressed out, then very irresponsibly, like mine did, they will make you feel responsible. And that was actually my biggest spiritual awakening, where I released this mental health issue, was me understanding that nothing was my fault. I was a child. So how can you use that? Because I believe that a lot of people that are developing, I'll do in inverted commas, mental health issues, because a lot of them are not real, a lot of them are just labels, for people that are stressed. How can you help them to bring this out of them? How can you help them to understand it? Because how can you help them to bring in a self-awareness that it's okay to face your guilt, that you're not actually to blame? Because a lot of them won't even go there. They won't even go there.
Right. Because when we start to confront things like that, we have that stress response. Part of us says, it is not safe to go here. Back off. Because if as at an early age, I take on this belief that things are my fault, particularly if I have parents who say, yes, it's your fault. It would not have been a child to say, shut up, it's not my fault. That would have led to a lot of pain. If you hate pain, then you're going to, the emotional pain of believing it's my fault might feel more acceptable than the physical pain of getting a spanking or worse. So taking it my fault, yes, mommy, yes, daddy, it's my fault, I'm sorry, and then they calm down, I have now learned, oh, this is how I keep myself safe. So years later, at what point was I supposed to go, okay, yeah, when I was 5 years old, that made sense. But now that I'm 17, it doesn't make sense anymore. So now I'm no longer going to take it on as my fault. No, I'm still in that pattern of taking it on as my fault. And because it's not safe, I am not safe thinking otherwise, is according to my beliefs. So if I try to change that, I go into stress response. I go into fight or flight, and I back off and I go, okay, I'm just going to leave the operating system the way it is. Now, if we had something we could do to deal with stress,
Do this together.
that allows us to calm down and look at that and go, oh, you know what? That wasn't my fault. That couldn't have been my fault. that issue with my parents, I know that was the case even before I was born. How could that possibly be my fault? So it gives us the chance to calm down. It's like having an argument or a conversation with anybody. It's with ourselves or with anybody else. If we can sedate ourselves, we can get a lot further in conversation. Because two people, like about politics, you have two people coming at it, you're stupid, no, you're stupid, and there's just no rational discussion there. We do that with ourselves. We get, part of us gets so upset and so scared that we go to fight or flight. The prefrontal cortex, our rational mind, goes offline, and we can't look at it in a rational way. So this thing about our childhood that we think is our fault, we can't get that in a rational way because of that stress response. So as we calm ourselves down, we can look at that and go, oh, that was a total misunderstanding. And it may have been something that our parents said, and they may have just, gotten bad news. They may have just found out that a loved one had died. They may have just lost their job and were so stressed out that they said something they didn't mean to us. But in our young mind, we go, well, there it is. That's how it is. And then because we're powerful creators, we create a life based on that belief. And as human beings, we'd often rather be right than happy. So we will go about and create circumstances that prove that we're right. If I have this belief that no one finds me of value, then I may do things and someone will say, well, that's not useful. And we'll go, I'm right. See, I knew I was right. And it seems like a little victory, but it really limits our lives.
Okay, so would you say that tapping is kind of like going into a gentle trance where the subconscious can then come up and show you the truth?
Well, there are people who have talked about it in that way. I don't know that it's, it may be a somewhat trance-like thing, but it serves a similar purpose to a trance, which is quieting what we call the critical mind. So you talked about, you have the subconscious mind and then a little bit of the conscious mind up here. In between that is the critical area. That's the area that allows information to come in or stops information from coming in. So both trance and tapping allow that to become more permeable, so that information can flow both ways.
Mm.
So that's why it allows the change to happen.
Great, because I think also one of the things is we're so busy all the time, and I know part of my recovery was just sit with it. We used to have a bell, a validation bell. I rang it all the time, and at some point they said enough. Sit with it. So, we find it very difficult to just sit, to just be. And I think the great thing about tapping is that even if you're a bit of a nervous, person and you can't sit for very long, you're actually moving a little bit.
And this is calming down that anxiety.
Yes.
This is calming down that response. Yeah, if we're sitting for too long, we can start to get uncomfortable, because it creates space for ideas to come up that don't feel safe.
Hmm.
And so part of this wants to shut us down or distract us. Like, oh, what else can I look at? What else can I be involved in? Something to run away from that discomfort, rather than going, okay, I'm just going to manage the discomfort. I'm going to clear the discomfort. I don't have to be uncomfortable about this. And that allows us to calm down. And so we can start to look at things that we would never have allowed ourselves to look at again. I think it would be ideal if all therapists had, while they're working with their clients and having them talk about things, hey, give them this to calm down the stress, and it creates safety.
It's interesting, because I was just going to say, well, first of all, it's so simple, and people do have a mistrust of something being that simple, something so easy that you can do yourself. Most things these days, like, even if we look at the virus, is a lot of the time is common sense and healing yourself and eating properly and taking vitamins, things that you can do yourself. But a lot of people are stuck in this consciousness where they have to go out there and they have to find someone else to fix them and bring in all these different things. But you're giving them something that is so simple. Why is it not being taught to kids at school, for example? Wouldn't that be great?
Well, there are a lot of people making efforts to that. I have a couple of children's books trying to teach to kids. There are a number of people who have brought it into schools. My friend Dr. Peter Stapleton in Australia has a program called Tap It in the Classroom, and the country of Slovenia actually paid for their teachers to go through that course.
Oh.
So there are places, but again, it's hard to break through bureaucracy, and there's a lot of bureaucracy around education, and it looks a little strange. So when someone comes, the majority, I don't want to say the majority, but there are a lot of people who are going to say, hey, my kid came home and said that you were making them tap on their face. What the heck is that? And will not be too happy about that. So, that's one of my hopes with having it on YouTube, is that it spreads more and more, and so people are more open to it. But there are a lot of people, I have had a lot of pushback from people saying that I look like an idiot and this is the stupidest thing ever, or it's against God, or all kinds of.
Against God?
Well, there are a lot of people who have very strong beliefs because it's not in the Bible. I have read a website where someone was saying, well, EFT is against God because it's not in the Bible. And I wanted to say, yet neither is the computer on which you have posted your website. So
yeah, that's extreme.
how do you work around that one? But and people aren't bad or stupid. They have their beliefs, and when their beliefs are threatened, the people who are most anti-tapping, from my standpoint, are the people who are most afraid of what it might mean, what it might do, whether it is goes against God, which it's like, well, God created the body with this energy system, so it's using that. And that's my take on it. And I understand that people will have different beliefs. It's a matter of what beliefs are working for you.
I find it very strange how people will put drugs and use huge amounts of medication and chemicals that make them sick in their body, and that is against nature and against God, destroying a beautiful body, destroying a beautiful form. So yeah, that's an interesting one. Never knew about that one.
Yeah.
So again, just going back a little bit further, what was the main thing that you used tapping for that you feel really, really helped you in life? That maybe you carried with you from your child. Did you bring any of these beliefs and values from your childhood? What kind of childhood did you have? Is trying to get to.
I had a very good middle class upbringing. I was very fortunate, much more fortunate than
What
there
happened?
you go. You muted me for a moment, even though you muted me.
Sorry, but I was trying to pin you. There you go. Okay.
Tell me about your story, Mute. We've had enough of you. No, I was very blessed to have great parents, great siblings. So I was very, very fortunate in many ways. And one of the things is when I was about 15, I had taken an interest in parapsychology and was very interested in like Uri Geller and things like that. And my dad gave me the book Illusions by Bach, which I just gave to a client yesterday. And that was, it's very much a law of attraction kind of book. And I didn't think about it a lot at that point, but that really was a turning point in a very subtle way. But I think a lot of what I do now is started at that point. And it's interesting because a number of the people from the film The Secret are friends of mine, like Joe Vitale and Bob Doyle and Mike Dooley. And we've all talked, it's like that book really started a lot of them on their path as well. So that...
His pencil. I remember that story. Sorry, where all he had was a pencil. And he started his gratitude journal because all he had was pencil. That, yeah.
So yeah, so that really was a point, and then I didn't really come back to that until years later when I was doing hypnotherapy. I had a passing interest in hypnosis in high school, but didn't really do anything with it. So that it was, a seed that was planted and then came back a lot later. When during the first workshop where I learned EFT, Gary gave everybody Hershey's Kisses and asked, on a scale of 0 to 10, how much do you want the chocolate? And I was a bit of a chocoholic at the time, and I was like 8 or a 9. And after just a few moments of tapping, I could not eat the chocolate. He said,
Wow.
take a nibble of it, and I could not eat it. I ate chocolate for 2 days after that. Now, don't worry, I recovered. I've gotten better. But but I can use tapping to clear out again. If it's like if I want to take a break from sweets, I can do that, and they can be sitting around. So there's no willpower. I can just be sitting there, and it doesn't look like food to me. So there's no compulsion to eat it. So having that was really in that workshop where I could see, okay, something profound just happened from tapping, where I noticed a very tangible shift. And it doesn't happen for everyone like that when they're first introduced to EFT. So it's a little bit more of a, well, you're gonna have to take it on a little bit of faith here. But most folks will find they at least relax a little bit as the stress gets calmed down, even if they don't notice a huge shift. Like, I desire chocolate, I can't eat chocolate.
Yeah, moderation. So, but also, and then another question I wanted to ask you, because I asked this of all these messengers of light, people that have got big dreams and helping humanity, is if you go even further back, did you have any spiritual experiences at all where you knew that you were going to do something a bit different? I know your heart was in acting, but as you go further back, to being really young, was there anything at all that you came across, or any kind of emotions or feelings, or any kind of experiences, spiritual experiences as a child?
No, and that's an interesting thing, Laurene, is that because I know a lot of stories from a lot of personal development teachers, they talk about some early catharsis. Even Gary Craig, who developed EFT, had a very huge spiritual awakening, kind of very similar to the one Eckhart Tolle had. And you know, I was raised going to church, but I did not have any particular attachment. I I am woefully devoid of of, of a spiritual epiphany. It's been more of a gradual thing. I've had, you know, I've had moments later in life where I felt more of a connection, and I felt, okay, thank you, got it. um, but yeah, no, I didn't. You know, as a child, I was a cartoonist. You know, I even my children's book I illustrated, so I always had an artistic side. But I couldn't say that it was a particularly spiritual side. And I, you know, anyone who finds that disappointing, just go ahead and tap on that disappointment, that hope that, oh yeah, I want Brad to have some great story about how he you know, was awake to the oneness of it all and always knew that somehow he would be a light worker. You know, maybe at some unconscious level, but I never had that that kind of epiphany. And I'm totally cool with that, because for me, that gives hope to all those other folks out there who are feeling like, well, I'm always going to be spiritually detached because I never had that that huge God moment. It's like, yeah, no, it doesn't have to be that. You know, great and wonderful if you did, but it doesn't. We're all connected, whether we have that kind of huge epiphany or not. That we're all still connected, and we can all, pardon the pun, tap into that source.
This is great. Okay, before we go, just a couple of things. As I say, a lot of the people that are going to watch this are amazing spiritual healers, and myself included. We don't seem to earn the money that we deserve. So I was thinking it would be good maybe to do some tapping around that.
I would love to. I was hoping, it's like, we haven't done any tapping yet. We got to do some tapping.
Yes, let's do.
And this is a great one to do, because there is this belief that money is not spiritual, and you know, it holds you back, and it's well, we'll go through that in the tapping. So
It's not just that money isn't spiritual, it's that I think as well, like, you know, as being an actor, being an actress, sometimes you love your craft so much, you just get out there and you do it, but you're not always, your brain is not always grounded or geared enough to understand how to make money from it. So that's something I find with myself and other amazing, talented light workers, you know, friends that run centers, and know they can do so much. They're so talented, but the money doesn't come in. so you know, what is behind all of that?
it's not that the money can't come in, it's that we're stopping it. Imagine you're out on the tarmac and planes filled with money are coming, and we're going, nope, don't land here. Because we may have this belief that my austerity makes me more noble or more spiritual or something. We may not consciously believe it. It may not be that we're consciously saying, oh no, I refuse to be paid because I want to have this you know, this sort of aesthetic thing. But everybody close your eyes. Let's just go into this. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Just follow your breath through your body. Just allow yourself to be centered and grounded. And I want you to imagine yourself having a certain amount of money, more than what you allow. Allow yourself to imagine yourself having a certain level of financial abundance. Something that you sometimes might entertain the thought of, oh, hey, wouldn't it be great if? But then you quickly shut that down and say, no, I shouldn't have that. So imagine yourself having this money. Imagine yourself even monetizing your work, people paying for what you do, and say, it's okay for the money to come in.
It's okay for the money to come in.
And just let that rattle around inside and notice on a scale of 0 to 10 how true that is.
Ooh, that
If you're saying it's a 10, I'm going to say check again.
feels very low, actually, because of the lockdown as well, and everything that's coming up in our world. There seems to be a lot of resistance to money. Yeah.
And this is the thing, the extent to which we do not have, the extent to which we do not have what we say we want tends to be the extent to which we are resisting it. If you do not have the money that you want, it is because part of you is resisting it. So let's clear that, shall we?
Myself and all the others who have it.
And if you don't have a resistance to money and you're watching this, you can think of something else you might have a resistance to. It's all right.
Okay, thanks.
Even though part of me resists money,
Even the part of me that resists money,
I choose to love and accept myself anyway.
I choose to love and accept myself anyway.
Even though part of me really resists more money,
Even though a part of me really resists having more money,
I choose to love and honor myself anyway.
I choose to love and honor myself anyway.
Even though part of me is really resistant to money,
Even though a part of me is really resistant to money,
and I don't allow myself
and I don't allow myself
to find ways to allow more money.
to allow myself to find ways to allow more money,
I find more ways to block money
I found more ways to block money
and to get rid of it.
and to get rid of it.
Not because I'm bad or stupid,
Not because I'm bad or stupid,
but because I have old programming
because I have old programming
telling me that I should resist money.
telling me that I should resist money.
And even though I have this resistance to money,
And even though I have this resistance to money,
I choose to deeply and completely
I choose to deeply and completely
love, honor, and accept myself.
love, honor, and accept myself.
And maybe anyone else who taught me to resist money.
And maybe anyone else who taught me to resist money.
All this resistance to 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 money.
Part of me pushes it away.
Part of me pushes it away.
I say I'd like to have more.
I say I'd like to have more.
But if someone watched my behavior,
But if someone watched my behavior,
would they believe that I'm someone who wants money?
would they believe that I'm someone that wants money?
Or would they believe I'm someone who wants to get rid of it?
Or would they believe that I'm someone that wants to get rid of it?
Someone who wants to avoid it?
Someone that wants to avoid it.
If I'm always giving things away
I'm always giving things away,
and not allowing myself to be paid,
not allowing myself to be paid,
I'm really limiting my life.
I'm really limiting my life.
And even the Bible says,
And even the Bible says,
a man is worthy of his hire.
a man is worthy of his hire.
So if the Bible says it's okay to get paid,
So if the Bible says it's okay to be paid,
why am I resisting it?
why am I resisting it?
All this resistance to money.
All this resistance to money.
Maybe I believe the old saying
Maybe I believe the old saying,
that money is the root of all evil.
and money is the root of all evil,
And that's why I should avoid it.
and that's why I should avoid it.
Except that's not what the quote actually says.
Except that's not what the quote actually says.
It says the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil.
It says the love of money is the root of all evil.
All kinds of evil.
All kinds of evil.
So it's not even all evil.
There's not even all evil.
People have totally messed that one up.
People have totally messed that one up.
It says don't be greedy.
It says don't be greedy.
People have misused the desire for money.
People have misused the desire for money.
It doesn't mean that a desire for money is wrong,
Doesn't mean the desire for money is wrong,
because there's a lot of good that I can do with money.
because there's a lot of good I can do with money.
My lack of money doesn't help anyone.
My lack of money doesn't help anyone.
And I choose to clear any belief
I choose to clear any belief.
that my lack of money makes me more spiritual.
My lack of money makes me more spiritual.
Because spirit is extremely abundant.
The spirit is extremely abundant.
When I look at nature,
When I look at nature,
trees don't have just one or two leaves.
trees don't have just one or two leaves.
An ocean doesn't have just one or two drops of water.
An ocean doesn't only have one or two drops of water.
I can look at so many things in nature,
I can look at so many things in nature.
and it is so freaking abundant.
It's so freaking abundant.
Spirit is abundance.
Spirit is abundance.
So when I walk down the street
So when I walk down the street
and I see a tree,
and I see a tree,
I don't cover my eyes and say I should only see a few leaves.
I don't cover my eyes and say I should only see a few leaves.
Oh, that's too much abundance.
That's too much abundance.
But that tree is made up of energy,
That tree is made up of energy,
just like money.
just like money.
I don't have to block myself from it.
I don't have to block myself from it.
But just like I don't take down a branch and hit somebody with it,
Just I don't take a branch down and hit someone with it.
I can enjoy the abundance without misusing it.
I can enjoy the abundance without misusing it.
Same with money.
Same with money.
I'm clearing this resistance to money,
I'm clearing this resistance to money,
clearing this belief that I need to resist money,
clearing this belief that I need to resist money,
clearing this belief that I can't possibly make more money,
clearing this resistance that I can't possibly make money,
because I have gifts and talents to share,
because I have gifts and talents to share,
and those have value.
and those have value.
There are people out there
There are people out there
making a lot of money,
making a lot of money,
doing things less valuable than what I offer.
doing things less valuable than what I offer.
There's nothing wrong with me being paid.
There's nothing wrong with me being paid.
And there are a lot of ways I can earn money.
There's a lot of ways I can earn money.
I just have to allow myself to know that's okay.
I just have to allow myself to know that's okay.
I can think outside the box
I can think outside the box
and allow money to show up.
and allow money to show up.
It's okay for money to show up.
It's okay for money to show up.
All these reasons why I thought it was wrong
All these reasons why I thought it was wrong
are misunderstandings.
are misunderstandings.
And I'm giving myself permission to look at those
I've given myself permission to look at those
and reconsider them.
and reconsider them.
Is it wrong to have more money?
Is it wrong to have more money?
Who does that hurt?
Who does that hurt?
And if I want to be able to reach more people,
And if I want to be able to reach more people,
I can make more money on one side
I can make more money on one side,
so I can give more away on the other side.
I can give more away on the other side.
I'm allowing myself to be okay with having more money,
I'm allowing myself to be okay with having more money,
making peace with money in body, mind, and spirit.
making peace with money in mind, body, spirit.
And take a deep breath. And close your eyes and allow yourself to go inside again and think again about having that level of money, having more money. And say, it's okay to have this.
Okay to have this.
And hopefully that feels more true.
Oh, it's beautiful. I never thought about it. Where do you get your ideas from? I mean, they just come to you. Have you read about them? Like saying things like the ocean has so many waves and the trees have so many leaves. Do you make? Did you create all this yourself, or?
Well, as I think most spiritual practitioners will say, it comes through us, not from us. Yeah. So when I'm tapping, I'm just open. Now, obviously, I bring in certain ideas that I have learned from certain places, like understanding that the quote is not the root of that money is the root of all evil, that it's actually the love of money is the root of all kinds of evil, which is a totally different statement. And so there are certain things that I bring in that I've read in books or heard in lectures or whatever it is, different things that I've learned, but a lot of it just comes through me. That's
Fabulous. So how do people get in touch with you, Brad?
the easiest way is I'm all over the internet. Go to Tap with Brad on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube. On my website is tapwithbrad.com. Just makes it simple. And as I said, there's over 900 videos on YouTube.
Wow.
And yeah.
For everything. There's a video for everything.
Whatever's bothering you, there's a tap for that.
This is amazing. Okay, just before we go, can you tell us a little bit about the photographs behind you?
Yes.
What they're famous actors? I thought I saw Deanna Durbin there somewhere.
No, I don't have Deanna Durbin. So the first one, the middle one, the first one, and then that's my Aunt Margaret Lindsay.
Right.
She was a movie star back in mainly the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Next to her is her good James Cagney.
Oh wow! Okay.
And then the next two are also my Aunt Margaret.
You come from a background of entertainers.
Yeah, and then another good friend of my aunt's, William Powell, and then Janet Gaynor, another close friend. And you can't see Dick Powell's over there. So these were all movie stars who were all friends of my aunt's. Yeah, so there was acting in my background when I got into it.
Yeah, because I kept watching them, thinking, what's the connection between the tapping and all those actors in the background? So
those are just fun. In my aunt's house in Beverly Hills, she had all of these photos up, and photos from movies like. The one down there is a picture of her with Tom Mix, who is one of the first big cowboy movie stars. So, and then another one from an Ellery Queen movie. She starred in all the Ellery Queen movies back in the 40s.
Wow.
So I just always loved old movies. So that's the connection there. So I just have those up because I just love seeing them.
Well, it's wonderful. Thank you. Do you ever miss acting? Do you do amateur shows like your local amateur companies with?
I have written, directed, produced, and starred in over 900 of my own short films.
Oh wow! Well, that's the way to do it. You see, that's why I've wanted moving on TV, because when I did Edith Piaf, Love Conquers All, I was in Edinburgh and I sold out, and I couldn't get on. I couldn't get on anywhere because I wasn't famous enough. So I thought, okay, then if you can't do it, you start your own. So you carry on doing it. And I'm in the process of, I've written a musical for mental health recovery called
Wow.
And I just got a little bit of a lottery grant, so it's not completely blocked about getting money. Thank God. Well, it's been an amazing pleasure to have you on here, Brad.
Likewise.
This is going to be exciting for a lot of people. Before we go, some people are living in a lot of fear because of what's going on. What kind of extra positive message can you give them about how you feel they can use this to ease their anxiety?
Yeah, well, it goes back to the Stoics, who would say that it's not what happens that causes us a problem, it's our thoughts about it. So when we change our mind, we can change how we respond to things. There are a lot of people who are going to thrive because of this. Not in a way of just taking advantage of it, but in a way of, okay, this has given me a chance to pause and get out of the rut that I've been in and look at, how do I want to do things differently? So I've been doing weekly live tappings on Facebook and YouTube to help folks deal with the anxiety. So using this tapping to calm our nerves down, calm down, so that we can see, okay, what can I do from here? What do I want life to look like as we move out of this? Now that the world has forced us to stop, and consider things. Do I want to just get back to the way things were, or do I want to create something new? And taking this time to really calm that down. And to me, one of the most important things is teaching yourself to love yourself. Take it as an opportunity to clear out any old reasons why you couldn't or shouldn't yourself. You are a magnificent child of the universe, and to clear all about that so that you have a chance to even grow stronger during this time.
So much, Brad. That is absolutely names and books. Children's books, by the way.
Actually, I was doing a video there right here. The Wizard's Wish.
Okay.
And A Garden of Emotion. And you can find links to those at tapwithbrad.com. They're also on Amazon.
Well, thank you so much for coming on to Moving On TV. I'm very grateful to be able to do the service to have you on here. It's been a pleasure. And yes, so keep in touch.
Yeah. Well, thank you for having me. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to share this work.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. That was Brad Yates, who taught us some tapping today. And so, yes, really grateful to have this. Thank you. So there you go, guys. The beautiful Brad Yates. What a fantastic session. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you were able to tap. Do your tapping, as you say, this is the tapping, the side of the eyebrow. First of all, here by the top, then the side of the eyebrow, the side of the eye, underneath the eye, underneath the nose, underneath the lips, the heart, you use a fist, underneath the arm, and this is for self-esteem issues, I never knew that, and the head, just tap around the head, it's nice. And you can also do the this part of the hand, the palm, it's called the gamut point, and you say, you need to say, even though I feel like I'm scared of lockdown, if that's what you want to do, I deeply love and accept myself. Even though I'm scared of the virus, I deeply love and accept myself. And then you go around, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. But what is there to be scared about? I know the truth. I can do my research. There's amazing research out there. Lauren's putting it out and Moving On TV. I am so full of love, and life is so easy for me. You know, obviously it's not as simple as that, but you can go and tap with Brad on YouTube, as he said, every day. He does something on Facebook. Extraordinary man, what a lovely man, what an extraordinary, fascinating life. I hope I gave you a bit of an insight into there. It was interesting talking about Hollywood and the good as well as the not so. The good is there as well. There's always some good in there. Anyway, if you want to come on TV, please email movingontv1@gmail.com. If you want to sponsor us, now I'm going out there and asking you, sponsor Moving On TV. We're looking for money every single day. This is my job. I love you lots, and I hope you enjoy that. So take care, namaste, blessings. And keep tapping, guys, keep tapping. Bye.
all that has gone wrong.
On TV. Yeah, incredible Rebecca Briggs here from the Balance. I love interviewing Rebecca because she really, really knows how to negotiate this virus really well and other things, and chewed up. And just to say very quickly, Rebecca, I think you actually woke me up in a big way. Remember when we used to meet at Northern Farm? And we would sit there, and we're talking about a few years ago now. I think it was after I came out of the wheelchair, and you were filling me in, particularly about the vaccinations. And what's really interesting now is you and Kate Sheriani and Philip, the truthers that are against vaccinations are saying the same. Yeah. How do you feel about all that? What's happening at the moment, anyway?
I mean, it's you know, it's kind of a bittersweet thing because it's something we've been talking about for years. You know, this whole subject and you know what's happening globally, and you know how our freedoms are being taken away, and you know things that are happening now. I've been talking about them for many years. Research them, I'd say, probably from about 1998. So it's like a justification of what you know I've been saying all along is truth. You know, conspiracy theorists, you know, types of names, and it's great to be that I've been saying and doing for this time. So yeah.
Right. Okay. So I like, as you know, I like to put a positive. This is the positive news, Rebecca. So
Yes.
Putting out a positive spin on everything that's going on. I must admit that gives me so much hope, because I know I don't have to worry about going to the doctor. I don't have to worry about taking health, because your research, everything that you've done, all your research is there to help a lot of people. And I feel very, very confident in the work that you do. It's kind of a progression of what I did. And funny enough, my biggest mentor passed away in June. He ended up in a care home. He was amazing. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be walking around, as we all know. My body wouldn't have been able to have coped. So it's interesting how people come into your life at the right time. And you came into my life after I came out of the wheelchair, but in particularly now, when we're going through everything that we're going through, your message is so positive. Your message is going out loud to people that there is a way to stay well. So would you like to maybe fill in on how can we actually stay well that's going on around us?
I mean, well, the most important thing I think is you know your immune system, keeping that you know working at you know optimum capacity as it can. Not only immune system, but making sure that your blood is healthy as well. That's really important. As many will know, it's the blood issues that come with the current situation. Why a lot of people are suffering in terms of the oxygen levels within the blood, and also you know the blood actually coagulating and causing these issues. So keeping your blood healthy, keeping it alkaline, and also keeping your immune system healthy is one of the main things that needs to be. And then there's a couple of minerals that you need to make sure are in check too, because you know they are the things, especially with the elderly and people over sort of menopausal age and men over 40, 50. They're the ones that are more at risk, and obviously we've seen as well that ethnic minorities can be more at risk due to the deficiencies that they have as well.
Okay, so staying on the positive and you know, sending out a positive message, what's the easiest thing that people can do now to stay well so that they don't get the viruses, they don't get sick, you know, because there's so many different things that people get. Marie was talking about muscular dystrophy. She's proven that that's malnutrition. Malnutritioned in this day and age when food is flowing everywhere. I mean, how does that make any sense, Rebecca?
Well, is it, are we really eating real food? Are we eating real food? That's the thing. I mean, a lot of the what we're putting into our bodies, you know, food-ish, and you know, many people are eating foods, eating of chemicals, preservatives, and additives. And not only that, the soil in which our foods are not only grown in, but if you eat meat, the animals that are also what they're eating is deficient. So, you know, if the soil is deficient and what the animals are eating are deficient, then what we're getting, you know, are deficient vegetables, fruits, meat, and, you know, inevitable slowly declines when we're adding, you know, all the other fast foods and preservatives and chemicals. You know, we've got a bombardment of environmental toxins, you know, things that disrupt our hormones, things that inhibit nutrient absorption. So it all accumulates together, and that, you know, makes for, you know, not a very healthy human.
Okay, so that explains how ridiculous malnutrition in this day and age when food is everywhere. People, they're eating the wrong types of food.
And not only, as you know, I do hair mineral analysis, and you know, I cover a range of people, range of races and ages. And one thing is deficiency in children. I've done hair and this is passing over from the mother through the placenta into the baby. So children now are having a bad start, whereas, you know, we were born maybe in the 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, we had a better range of nutrition back then, and there wasn't so many chemicals and things laced in our foods. But now, okay, so, you know, deficiencies is starting with babies. And so actually, if you were breastfed, you've stood a better chance of minerals. But people that aren't fed, you know, they have something that, you know, it's a matter of started off with in the first place, really.
Yes, I agree with you there. Totally agree with you. Breastfed full term, and my sister wasn't, and she was always getting like ear infections and, you know, a lot more problems than I had. So I totally agree with that. You know, that breast is best, as they say.
Yeah. I mean, I've had three babies now, and you know, I'm still feeding my baby, but the other two, you know, I breastfed for 1.5 years and one until one. If there any cold blues, I stopped breastfeeding. So, you know, it just to show if a child is fed, then obviously the nutritional levels have to be so much more in order to compensate. And you know, them really feeding, there's so much enzymes in that milk, and that helps the gut bacteria to form and help the immune system to be, you know, as strong as it can be. I mean, 80% of our immune system lies in our gut. So if a child doesn't get enzymes through the mother's milk, they're not there in formula milk. So it just loses all that, you know, isn't able to with gut bacteria, and so downward slope with allergies and then vaccines on top, and then by that time there is no gut bacteria. Good gut bacteria. So
that's really interesting. So in a way, this is kind of maybe a program for or mums that are pregnant, mums to be. So we're looking at the beginning of a tiny baby. If they're breastfed already, you're giving them a better chance. But what if the mother is actually malnutritioned and is not healthy herself? Can breast milk affect the child?
Well, it will only be positive for the child. The child may not be getting what it needs. So, for example, if the mother is deficient or the mother hasn't got great gut microbiome on, you know, within her digestive system, and she can't pass that on to the child. So, in effect, she'll pass on her immune system on, and the child won't have as good as immune system as it should be. I mean, you know, I test a lot of mothers that also have hair mineral tests, and one of the things I try to do while they're pregnant is just up their levels, so that they are giving, you know, their unborn child the best chance, and it definitely makes a big impact on, you know, how healthy the baby is. I mean, lots of things have been noted. For example, many mothers take humic and fulvic acid while they're pregnant. I took it through 2 of my pregnancies, and it's funny because whenever I had a scan, or the mothers that have been given fulvic have had a scan, the radiographers, they've always mentioned that the babies have great bone density. And one of the things that humic and fulvic is it strengthens your bones. So, you know, there's definitely a lot of things that a mother can improve on and take to, one, cut down the chances of getting preeclampsia, and the other to cut down the chance of getting gestational diabetes. There are things that a mother can take to stop those things. You know, there's definitely things in the natural world that take instead of pharmaceuticals to ensure that you have a great pregnancy and cut down the risk of miscarriage and things like that. So
sure. So it's really, really important. I mean, talking about the mineral tests that you're doing here, a lot of people don't know about mineral tests. Most people go to the doctor and they have blood tests, allergy tests. Why do you feel that the mineral tests are so effective? And are they more effective than tests, or do they need to work in conjunction with urine and blood tests? The conventional tests that doctors do is good if they also incorporated the mineral hair test.
I mean, I would definitely advise the more diagnostic tests that you have is the more bigger portfolio you have of your overall health. So, you know, blood tests, I think blood tests are good to have with a hair mineral test, but mineral tests, they actually show the tissue minerals, so what's coming out through your hair. So that would be what's in your tissue and what's in the blood, but the doctor, they will test what's in the blood. So having both comparisons are really good to get an overall picture of your health status. But another thing I would say also is with a hair mineral test, what doctors don't do is, for example, if you feel that you may have some sort of heavy metal toxicity, a blood test will only show toxicity that's gone into your body within the first, say, 24 to 72 hours. After that, your body actually starts distributing the heavy metals into. So that's why when you would get a blood test to test for heavy metals, will normally say, you know, there's nothing there, and that will be because all the heavy metals have gone into your, you know, your fat, and your body. They've you know, the body help to protect itself is in the areas where they won't become blood. So that's why it's not picked up in doctors, you know, blood test. Shame. It's a great shame that if they did, then they may pick up a lot of underlying causes for causes. That's the thing.
That's the big question. But it is really interesting because I remember discussing this with this friend, this wonderful friend of mine, mentor Keith Bascom. He used to do a lot of kinesiology testing, muscle testing, and things like that, you know, to find out what was going on with me and other people. And he always used to say that blood tests are very inaccurate because the body changes so quickly, as you say. However, the minerals, when you get these from the actual tissues in the moment. That's why you take them as close as possible to the scalp.
Yeah, so it'll be like the first
It is.
Yeah, it'll give about a 3 months line of your, you know, your mineral status. So yeah, it's a very good indication to check your levels, and you know, not what only is in your body, but how quickly it's coming out of your body. So if a mineral level, it can also indicate that your body is not able to absorb properly, and then we have to ask questions. So this is the way how you know, you're almost like a detective when you're you know, doing these hair analyses. You know, like for you, for example, we did a hair analysis and also you had a gut test, and those two together, it can just create a great picture of what's going on. That way you can actually, you know, what the issue is and deal with it rather than guesswork, you know?
Yeah. It's basically putting everything together. In a way, complementary medicine was supposed to complement medicine, but now it's gone way beyond in the understanding. Alternative medicine has become the main medicine and left allopathic medicine behind. That's what it feels like anyway.
That's to be awakened, but unfortunately, many people are just taking tablet after tablet after tablet, and just hiding the symptoms of whatever issue they have, and not actually addressing why they have that issue, and you know, and dealing with it.
Okay, so it's fascinating, and there's so much I can talk to you about. So again, you've got this. I love to ask the questions that people that are just walking around confused don't know what to do at all. They don't have a clue what's going on. Some of them are trying to figure stuff out about what they need to eat or what they need to take, and there's so much. They're being bombarded all over the thing. You would say that people now, you say the majority of the human race, what is the main thing you love and too much?
That's a good question. This is something that's very, very poor, but you'd be surprised how much people don't have enough of, and that's simple, good, clean water. A lot of people are dehydrated and don't drink enough water. You know, it's fair enough having fizzy drinks and juices, but you're and not enough water. You know, we're 70% water at least.
Yeah, I remember, sorry Rebecca, I remember reading a book called The Body's Many Cries for Water by Manjali.
I have that, yeah.
The body basically recycles everything. It doesn't have the water, it'll pull it out of your organs and your cells, your tissue, and leave you even more dehydrated. That's best, doesn't it?
Not only that, dehydration is one of the causes for the current issues that we have going on now. You know, obviously, you know, one of the things that's been talked about is that babies and children are less susceptible to COVID, and that the main reasons for that, they're plumper, they've got more water use, and
okay,
elderly, they are dehydrated, they have less water, naturally cause, they've got less water within their body, and therefore, you know, this issue as the water out of body, pulls oxygen out of the body, pulls water out of the body. You know, in effect, that's how the blood will end up coagulating, and then these respiratory issues. So water is a big factor to keeping yourself healthy.
Okay, that's really interesting what you just said. That actually babies are less prone because they've got, that is something nobody knows. I didn't know that. With all the research, I didn't know that. So one of the ways to stay and to avoid getting this virus or this flu bug, hang on a second. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I'm trying to give a positive spin here because there's too much depressing stuff, and of course, we're not the mainstream. We're not mainstream of truth and love and compassion and hope. And too many people out there that are absolutely terrified. And I want to give them messages of how to stay well. And as we said, you know, we know there is a virus or a flu bug, and it's not what the media are saying. But you're saying that your chances go down from getting it, which is a really positive message if you drink this. So how much water should people be drinking, would you say?
Well, an average adult should be drinking 2 litres of water a day. It should be, you know, if you're not drinking, you know, 1.5 litres, which I guess that bottle is, yeah, that's a great start. Drinking 500 ml, 250 ml a day, getting to 1.5 litres is great. That's a good start. But, you know, ultimately, is, you know, a male that's, you know, 20, the bigger you are, the more water you need that way. The more toxins you have in your body, and therefore you need to use that water. So if you're overweight or obese, then you use water, and you take it in gradual stages. I'm not going to, you know, go and drink 2 litres of water straight away if they're, but try and make steps to have more, you know, bigger amounts every week, every month. The fact that you know steps and improving is what's important. So, you know, that's the main thing. But, you know, there's many positive things that you can do to just enhance, you know, as I said, exercise is so important.
of course.
Yeah, oxygen, breathing
Oxygen.
in, breathing in through your mouth and out through your nose. Really deep breaths, going to places where there's plenty of fresh air, oxygen.
Can I just ask you that? Let's stop there a second. Without insulting the intelligence of people that are out there, why do they not understand that, how important oxygen is? Before that happened, the question I had was, as I say, without insulting people's intelligence, why do people not understand how important oxygen is? To the media's thing about wearing a mask, they don't understand if you wear a mask and you don't get the oxygen. Why is oxygen so important? Can you explain that to people? Because I learned to do it, actually forgotten about it, Rebecca. What do you think?
Yeah, well, one of the main things why we need oxygen is, we oxygen in energy, and that energy to transport cells around the body, to help burn sugars. There's a whole host of things that go on within our bodies, and oxygen is almost the basic. All those processes happening in your body. Without oxygen, we're dead down, and our body starts to rot. So oxygen is, like the number one thing our body needs in order for all those processes to happen. So if we've got a lack of that, or if we're doing things that decrease our oxygen within our life or our lifestyle, including our foods, then it's a quick way to a shorter life, really.
Of course. And the human race is dealing with so many issues like dementia, cancer, muscular dystrophy, and now this virus. And they've been bombarded with diabetes, so many different conditions started in the last, I think, particularly dementia. Why do you feel that so many people get dementia at such a... How can we more than actually look at so many people from getting dementia at such a young age? Because it seems to be hitting like 40, 50, 60-year-olds now, when it used to be over 80, 78. What's happening? What's changed? And how can we stop it?
Yeah, well, there's many things that have changed. Not to say that, there's certain, chemicals, natural elements that have been around, for example, aluminium. They've always been there, but the trouble is now we are so deficient, our body isn't able to eliminate all those heavy metals that can help to cause these issues. So, if we're deficient, then our body is unable to eliminate all those toxins, so they accumulate in our bodies and they cause...
Okay, so where are we getting all this aluminium from?
Well, tin foods is obviously one. Many drinks are lined with aluminium. It's in our tap water. It's in vaccines. It's in so many things. Tin foil, pots, non-stick pots that we cook with. There's so many different areas where there's aluminium. I'm not saying aluminium is the only cause, but it's a factor to these neurodegenerative diseases and things like that. So one of the other things is oxygen.
Of course, it all connects back to the oxygen, doesn't it?
A lot of older
body, basically.
A lot of older people, they're not able to do the exercise they maybe would have done if they, for example, people put them in old people people's homes and they just sit there. They don't have enough exercise, and you know, it's just a list, and it, you know, it's you know,
We
so many
more
issues.
exercise, more moving around. It's very, very good for the brain.
And eating more living foods. You know, all of us are obsessed almost with eating dead foods, foods that have no nutrition.
You mean plants?
Plants we need, but when I say living foods, I mean not plants that have been cooked to, you know, to nothing. I'm talking living foods that aren't dead in the terms of once we cook a vegetable, you enzyme activity and all of the vitamins that are in that. So eating more foods that aren't cooked, raw fruits and vegetables is
Okay, sorry to stop you there, because to me the British raw food, the salad, is just ridiculous. It's just a tiny cucumber and lettuce. It's just dreadful. So when you say, so people they think if they're going to have a salad, a raw food salad, the ordinary person that's trying to do this, they'll eat a bit of tomato, a bit of cucumber. Yeah. What do you suggest they have that's actually enhancing in a salad, for example, or as raw foods?
I mean, you know, the thing is, it's hard to get would be the best from the supermarkets. Obviously, you know, the supermarkets, they for example, what do you call the actual beetroot, the green leaf that comes out of the beetroot tops, for example, they are so nutritious, but when we get the beetroot in the supermarkets, they've chopped that off and thrown it away, and they've just given us the, you know, the bulbs, things like that. You know, I mean, there's foods all around us, very nutritious foods. Hope, you know, making sure that they're clean and they're in a good spot where, you know, wildlife hasn't on them. But things like dandelion leaves, they're so nutritious.
Yeah, can I ask you about dandelion leaves? Because I mean, I'm kind of stuck in the old belief, I suppose the way I was brought up, that if it just grows in a garden, you see dandelion leaves, can you just cut them and cook them? Are they not poisonous? And
they're not poisonous. Just make sure you wash them properly.
Right.
Poisonable. You can eat the dandelion. In fact, you can eat every single part of the dandelion. You know, the root is very medicinal and has many cleansing properties, and so does the leaves. The leaves are also, and the roots are also full of many vitamins. So yeah, they're great to eat, but you just have to make sure that they see.
Sure.
You know,
what about nettles? Because, you know, we're doing an allotment at the moment. There's nettles everywhere. Are they also safe to eat? I mean, you just literally cut them and cook them.
Yeah, you have to cook first because obviously they sting. But once you cook them, you know, you're able to get all the benefits without, you know, them in any way. Not only are the leaves medicinal, but also the root. Root is very good for, you know, men's prostate health, and in fact for features fibroids and that. So
Mother Nature's garden, everything is out there for everyone. Nature's given us everything, basically. Sorry,
that's
I agree. Okay, a big question before we finish, because as I say, I always my go-to when it comes to healing and knowledge about how to be able to stay well within everything we're going through. But I mean, what would you recommend to people that may be going through a lot of stress at the moment?
Again, oxygen is very, very important. Do not stay up your stress. The worst thing is to stay between four walls and not get fresh air. You know, oxygen is so important to, you know, to make you feel good. You know, I know there are people out there that are in flats, you know, in blocks of flats, and you know, they haven't got the option to go into their garden. So I would say to get out, get in the fresh air, you know, where you can. If you do wear masks, then, you know, find a place where you can take it off outside and, you know, do some breathing exercises.
To give yourself back that oxygen. I mean, yeah, I mean, if you feel you need to wear a mask when you're around people, sure, it's balanced. At least, you know, you still take it off when you're in nature and you can breathe in that good ass prana, baby, as Ralph Smart says. Okay, as I finish with a very big question. Okay, I don't want to go into the fors and against vaccines. What I do want to ask is, because there are so much proof that vaccines could cause autism, without going into, you know, too much about that. However, I do know a lot of parents need to know that it can actually be reversed. That it can actually be reversed. You can actually reverse the toxicity of vaccines. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's obviously different degrees of how you know, the autism spectrum, and, you know, how badly your child may have any of those conditions within that spectrum. But one of the things that I do, for example, with someone that has come to me and has you know, has been diagnosed with autism, is again, have a look at their mineral levels. One of the things that we do see is high levels of heavy metals within their bodies, be it mercury or aluminium. Also, another thing that is very apparent is parasites within children that have autism. So there's a lot of things, you know, you have to take that person through a level of cleansing of the body first. That's the main thing that we have to do. And again, oxygen is very, very important for that. And, you know, oxygen therapy is a great thing to add to the protocol, you know, to help with that. But I mean, when I treat people, we're seeing, you know, effects taken first 5 days of a protocol. You know, add non-verbal autistic children speaking within, you know, 5 days of a protocol being started. So, you know, and as we go on, you get more and more and more. So definitely can be reduce the symptoms, and in some cases can be reversed. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me, by the way? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. And then the big question is, this is a big one, but I mean, I could go on forever, but I am trying to pass on positive news here. I mean, I believe everything is preventable and curable. Everything. As long as you can get the body balance, homeostasis, the body and the spirit. Have people actually come to you, or if someone came to you with a terminal dis-ease, have you had that happen, or how would you deal with that?
Well, yeah, I have had that happen on 2 occasions. It really all depends of stage that they're coming to me at. I mean, most of the time, people unfortunately come to me once they've exhausted all their other options. So, for example, you know, often I get people that have gone through radio, chemo, you know, several times, and, you know, they're at the last stages. I even get people that call me up, you know, while their mother is in a hospice, and, you know, thinking I can all of a sudden, you know, work miracles, but unfortunately it doesn't work like that. And, you know, you cut your chances down greatly, you know, with, you know, if you're already at, you know, highs, when you've already had chemo and radiotherapy, they destroy your immune system, and your body is you know, your liver and your kidneys can't cope with the level of toxicity, you know, that these things have created in your body. So, you know,
Right.
it will depend, you know, on whether to work either alternative or integrating both.
Can you mix them both together? Have you had any success with that?
Yes, you can. Yes, it can work like that. Yes, because there's many nutrients that will actually target, you know, for example, the chemo or the radiation in the right areas. So instead of the chemo or the radio targeting all of the whole body, you know, creates toxicity, it can target the tumor. But you know, that's quite complicated to go into. But yeah, you know, and integrated, both can work together. But yeah, often, unfortunately, a lot of people do come to me when you know, for example, had customers that have had ulcerated tumours literally coming out of their bodies, and the doctors, the hospitals have turned them away and say, sorry, we can't help you. You know, it's gone too far, we can't help you. And where someone that was given 2 weeks to live ended up living 6 months through the nutrients that I was given. But I mean, this was a guy that had an ulcer. He had lung cancer, and the cancer had actually come out of his skin due to the radiation that was given him in hospitals. They literally burnt his skin, and it came out through his skin, and he was in so much pain. But he lived 6 months longer than, you know, what he would have.
I mean, between you and me, and I'm prepared to put myself on the line here, I believe that once, you know, as you say, if they went to see you, someone like yourself, and learned what to do, they've gone before they have therapy or radiation, they've got much chance of survival, a huge chance of survival, not the way it reduces the morale. And unfortunately, on the NHS and places like that, you're not going to get the support you need when that happens. I mean, I watched my mother being given everything, but not given nutrients at all. But as I say, I want to end on a positive. So what we're saying is, if someone does get a diagnosis, it may be you have got a huge expectancy of survival before they start to take out more nutrients out of you and destroy that beautiful immune system. I mean, that beautiful immune system that we were given, Rebecca, from the time of going full circle now. The baby is born with a beautiful immune system, and we were like that. And that way, you know, if we can keep that immune system working, because the minute that child serious vaccinations, they don't get colds and they don't get the normal things. They get things like leukemia because they've got no immune system to work with, isn't that true?
And you've got to also think about, you know, a tumor or a cancer. It's almost like it's a balloon that's actually protecting your body from all those toxic cells in that balloon. So the instant you go to hospital and they do a biopsy and they pierce that balloon, all those cells spread in the body, and we're talking about billions of cancer cells. So that's why often, once you get the diagnosis and you start going through all the testing at the hospital, downward slope. I mean, I know people definitely had the cancer for a long time, but then as soon as they go to hospital, get the diagnosis, that negative, you know, the negative way how they view, that alone just brings down your whole frequency and is part of the progression, you know, towards, you know,
the mind.
Yeah,
it's interesting because I'm watching a program at the moment. It's Australia in the 1950s, and in those days they weren't allowed to tell a patient that they were dying, but you could see how the new culture was coming with younger doctors. They're saying, oh, they've got a right to know exactly what's going on with them. But I totally agree with you. The mind is so creative. why when you did the mineral test with me and you said, oh, you might have a condition, I said, I don't want to know about that. I'm not interested in the name of this condition because it's just a bunch of symptoms, because I know that my mind is so creative, it's likely to make a meal of it, and I may get worse just from the panic and the fear.
Well, if you look at it this way, that almost every chronic illness and chronic, you could even argue any disease or virus, is caused by deficiencies and toxicities of the body. So if you change that aspect, turn it around and improve those deficiencies, take out all the toxicities, then, you know, reversal of illness of any of those conditions is more than possible. You know, any illness that anyone's got is not, you know, it doesn't have to be a life sentence, and it doesn't say that you are on a lifetime of, you know, there is always another alternative.
Exactly. So this is amazing. As to positive news here to everyone, there's other people like Rebecca, because I know you're getting pretty busy. Yeah. But there's lots of people that like Rebecca and that can help you if you need it.
Sorry,
ways to stay well, you know, so turn off that media, you know, just watch the basics. And do you know what, please turn off that media, because
Lauren, sorry,
spreading fear.
I'm going to have to go now because I can hear my little boy crying in the background.
Okay, hang on. So I'm just going to thank you so much, Rebecca, and hope if you want to get in touch with Rebecca, please contact me through Moving On. Hopefully she's going to come on and do her own show, and then we could do questions and answers from the public. It could be really exciting. So take care, lots of love, and welcome to Moving On TV. Contact us at movingontv1@gmail.com. Lots of love. Bye. There you go, guys. Some positives of how to stay well, particularly for expectant moms and any of you who've just had a baby, or you're just trying to figure out this big vortex that's going on. Rebecca, very basic of what to do. To keep your child healthy, keep yourself healthy, breastfeeding and the advantages. She talks about minerals and how to do mineral tests. We talk about this of the body, and of course living in 20, and how important water is. Take care, lots of love. I'll try and get this on as soon as possible.
I Hello, my name is Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. I specialise in smoking cessation, weight loss, phobia release, stress management and hypnobirthing. I can do a free assessment via the phone, via Skype or face-to-face at any time. So that's Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. Looking forward to your call now. You can also find me on my Facebook page, which is Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy.
recovery toolbox to help you stay sane in a crazy world. Hi there, Hope. I'm the CEO of Moving On TV, and I'm very happy to be here today. Diagnosed with a serious mental health issue, borderline personality disorder. I went into a therapeutic community for nearly 2 years, and I found inner peace. And I learned a lot of tools of how to stay sane in this crazy world. I was out of there for 6 years, and last year I went through the worst year of my life. I was in a wheelchair for 4 months. I lost my father, and my family inherited me, but I still stayed sane with this head, with no medication. Now, I'm not saying that you can't have medication, that's your choice. And I'm also saying that this program, this course that I'm devising, is for everyone. You don't have to have a mental illness to be able to learn the tools that I'm going to give you, tools that help you to deal with the chaotic life out there. So, how to stay sane in the world. Welcome to my recovery toolbox. So hi there, I'm Lauren. Now, if you're sane with the washing machine head that I've got by using these tools, then you can too. So today I'm going to discuss a few of them with you. I'm going to give you some of them, just to give you an idea of what the full course is going to be about, and you're going to love them. There's so many of them, but I've got about 10 that if you use them, if you use some of them, if you use all of them, you will be happy, you will find inner peace, and you will stay sane in this crazy world, no matter who you are. Okay, so let's start with the first one, HALT. H-A-L. Don't get too hungry, too lonely, or too tired. HALT through Emotions Anonymous. Don't get too, your blood sugar will drop and you'll get depressed. Think about it. You have to eat 3 meals a day. And we used to say that you should feast like a king at breakfast, eat like a queen at lunch, and pauper at dinner. Well done, Mum. That's what they do in these retreats. I thought she was spiritual, but there you go. Don't get too angry. Get too angry, it builds up inside you, and you won't be able to have an easy life. So you need to let your anger go. Of having a rage room like I have, which sometimes when it builds choice, but it throws it around, get it out of you bit by bit, communication and other ways. Don't get too lonely. Now, I was lonely in a wheelchair for 4 months in this house. So lonely, but I stayed sane. And why do you think that was? Facebook Live. We all have our ways of not being lonely. Find your own, because if you get lonely, you'll get depressed, you'll isolate. And that's where the therapeutic community was wonderful in that way, because we went there and we were with people like us. So don't get too lonely, and you had the 24-hour support system as well. Don't get too lonely, okay? And don't get too tired, because if you get tired, you will get niggly. You will get niggly and your body will not renew itself, and you'll have sleep deprivation, and people won't want to be around you, and you won't want to be around yourself. So that's the first tool, HALT. Tool number 2, structure. Structure, structure, structure. If you have a head like mine, you need to have some structure. But you also have to have 2 itineraries with your structure. You have your structure for the day, and then you have another itinerary just in case, because we can't have certainty in this crazy world. You have to work with this world, be flexible and go with it. And that's what was so good about the therapeutic community, is that I would go there at 8 in the morning, be there at 9:30, whatever. I had my structured day, like a job, and it was easier to stay sane than if your head is going everywhere. Okay, so structure, very, very important, and have another itinerary. I would talk about all of these tools in the course and go into them in lots and lots of details. You'll be spending loads of time with me. Really looking forward to it. Validation is so important. You can ring my bell, ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Now, why was I singing you can ring my bell? What's the bell got to do with anything? A bell. Okay, well, in the therapeutic community, we all came in there, children, adults who were children that were not validated. I was always told to be what my parents wanted me to be. I wasn't allowed to be myself. So you pick up the bell and go, ding-a-ling, help, I need to say how I feel. And you got that validation. No, I'm not saying you have to get a bell. You can get a bell if you want to. It's up to you. But metaphorically, symbolically, you need a little bell to say help. Okay? To your friends, your co-workers, your family. If they care about you, you can say to them, well, you know what? Today, please validate me. I'm not having a good day today. I feel tired. And I need you to be there for me a little bit more. That is so important to have that validation. Have that little bell. And it works so well in the community. Actually, in the community, I rang it so much that I was told to stop ringing it completely the other way, which I'll teach you about balance, coming back into balance, which is so important. But for people like you and me, as children, were not validated. If you suffer from lack of validation and you want people to give you that extra nurturing, then ring that little bell metaphorically. Thank you. And to number 4 is creativity. I've been playing accordion since I was 6 years old, and this is how I express my creativity, through playing the accordion, which is one of them. How do you express your creativity? Are you a musician, an artist? You have God-given talents, the same as everyone else. Use them. Use them. You know, they say that God created man in his or her image. So think about it. We must be creators. Now, to me, to create is to breathe. What about you? What can you do to make your life better? Creativity is so important for us to stay sane in this crazy world. You need to, if you can't do it professionally, you need to have a hobby that you enjoy. Acting, singing. Singing's brilliant for breathing. As you sing, use your lungs. You know, it's really good. It really opens everything up. Makes you feel alive. Makes you tap into what you really are. You could be making jewelry. Work as an aromatherapist, using massage oils. Make beautiful flowers. Paint. Whatever you want to do. What is your creativity? What is it that you can do? As I say, have a hobby. Colouring in books, so wonderful for washing machine hair that I've got. They used to give us to do that in the therapeutic community when nothing else worked. Go out there, find creativity, and of course we'll talk a lot about creativity and how you can tap into your unique creativity in the course itself. Moving on to tool number 5. Therapy. Therapy, CBT, DBT. Get yourself a good therapist. Now, there are times when you haven't got anyone to talk to communicate with, you can actually tell them how you feel, or you don't want to pour everything on your loved ones. So get yourself a good therapist. That's why it was called the therapeutic community. And Lauren took as much therapy as possible. I took loads of therapy because I felt like I needed it. So get yourself a nice therapist out there. Someone you can talk to, someone you can confide in, someone you can tell the deepest, darkest pain and suffering, whatever is stuck in you, you will feel so much better. And if you have a partner, then make sure they go with you as well occasionally, because then you can learn how to get to know each other. If you have a mental health issue, then you really do need to educate your partner, and be in a therapy together with your children, your family, whoever, your friends. They will understand what's going on with you if you can't actually explain to them. Because a lot of the time, I know that when I was first diagnosed, I couldn't get on with my husband because I didn't understand the condition. He didn't understand it either. But you learn techniques together, you talk about things together, you get to know each other. So therapy, using cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, DBT, are very good as well, because I have a mind which can develop into what they call the domino effect. A situation could go boom, 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 and end up right back in your childhood where you got shocked in the first place. So with cognitive behavioral therapy, you learn how to catastrophize, not generalize. You learn to be able to be more focused on the problem itself. Get out a piece of paper and write down what the things that are bothering you, and you bring yourself back into focus. And solution. Be solution based. So in the therapy, give yourself a chance to clear it all out, but also be solution based, and that will help me to move on to another tool, which is coaching. Life coaching. Okay, another great tool to have. Without life coaching, I wouldn't be able to do any of my goals, because life coaching is not just for celebrities and business people, it's for everyone. And you can get free life coaching. People are looking for them all the time. Pro bono, need to work with people first to get their qualification. So get yourself a good life coach. Have your topic, your big dream, but have the steps to creating it. And I'm going to teach you a method called the Kaizen method. I have so much to teach you that I've learned over the whole of my life really. But I've been able to take the tools that I learned to and the tools of recovery that I've created myself to stay sane in this crazy world. And I'm so looking forward to doing it. 7. Stay in the moment. Here's a little anecdote which is going to help you with that. Stay in the moment. The past is history. The future a mystery. The present a gift. Unwrap it with glee. Stay in the moment. Smell the flowers. They're not real, but imagine. Smell the beautiful, this is cinnamon, beautiful oil. Stay in the moment. Eat a beautiful piece of fruit. Taste it. Stay in the moment. Now, you know what? I've been into Eckhart Tolle and staying in the moment for a long time, but in the therapeutic community we use it a lot because the mind races into the past and the future, and you can't be in the moment if you've been shocked. It's very hard to do that. But there are techniques you can learn. There's touch assist, there's using the healing code, which I find is very, very amazing, which got me out of panic, which helped me stay in the moment. There's the violations, which again help you stay in the moment. There's breathing techniques, there's mindfulness, there's lots of stuff to do to help you stay in the moment. Okay? If you feel that your mind is racing backwards towards the past or racing forwards towards the future, then just get yourself focused on the point in front of you and stay with it. Breathe and stay in the moment. Back, bring yourself back into the I'm in the moment now. Okay, I don't have to worry about what happened. I don't have to worry about what is happening. Stay in the moment. Okay, so that is actually leading me to the next tool. It's interesting because all these tools work together. You can use all of them or you can use some of them, but they all work together. Because one of the best ways to stay in the moment is meditation. And that is the next tool, meditation and mindfulness. So meditation and mindfulness. If you're lucky as I am, you'll live half an hour away from Amravati Buddhist retreat, a beautiful, beautiful retreat in the middle of Gaddison, Hempstead, where you can go and eat the most incredible foods, the most incredible salads and healthy foods, and really enjoy them and be in the moment in this beautiful place where you can meditate. There's nothing going on there except the birds and loads of vast area to relax, to surrender and be in the moment. You can do the courses there, they're free or on donation. They've got courses every single Saturday. You can go and learn how to meditate. And there's no religious connotation. To me, Buddhism is really just a philosophy of life. Mindfully, what more lay people are using nowadays. But Buddhism, mindfulness, meditation, to me it's all the same thing. You don't have to be a religious person or a spiritual being or whatever some people refer to as spirituality. You don't have to have that. You can just be an ordinary, so to speak, person in this world trying to stay sane. Okay, so meditation and mindfulness are very good to use. And I find yourself beautiful. And if you can't, then use the Course in Miracles as a meditative thing. You can use that all day. You're a business or anything, for your mind the opportunity to use a positive affirmation about peace and love, miracles. More, it's free. Get the lessons. They're down to earth, and don't question them. Just do them. I can use peace rather than this. Is when you're sitting with someone and you love will come back. You want to be more in the moment and focus, give us focus. I offer you an opportunity in the moment and then it'll come. Use it. It works. I use it all the time. It works. And no as an excuse not to say these little positive affirmations. They're on the toilet, for God's sake. Anyone can take a minute out of an hour and say, I can choose peace rather than this. And it will impact your life. Course in Miracles. So all these things I'm going to teach you. Also, you can go on Easy Peasy, which I've set up years ago. And there's a little exercise on there on how to stay sane in this crazy world using Easy Peasy, A Course in Miracles. It's on my Facebook. PM me, I'll send you the link. I do everything to help you guys to stay sane. And like I said, if I do it, you can. So, good luck with that. And moving on to the next massive tool, which everybody talks about, but which I've got to bring here. And that is gratitude. To appreciate. Now it's true, it really is true that if you can be grateful for everything, and I mean everything, Melody Beattie says in her books that we should be grateful for the worst things that have happened to us. Now sometimes that's hard to do. Why would I be grateful for being disinherited? Why would I be grateful for my father dying and leaving me with a mess to deal with? Why would I be grateful for being in a wheelchair for 4 months on my own in the house? Why? Because when I started to walk again, I was so grateful for having the opportunity to walk again. I felt like a child that had discovered their legs again. Another thing, I couldn't have a bath
because I had a cast on my leg. So when they took the cast off and I was allowed to have a bath, we bought the bath chair. And when I was lowered into that bath and I put my bubbles in, yes, healthy, organic, because that's how I am. Another way I feel is important to stay well. I was so grateful. I was like a baby splashing around in those bubbles, like a baby. Grateful. And they say that all you need is 5 things to be grateful for will change your day. And I think everyone can find that. Joe Vitale talks about that. He says that all he had was a pencil when he was homeless, but that pencil gave him the opportunity to write a book. 5 things, he had 1 thing, a pencil. Okay, so let's have a look at 5 things I could be grateful for when I was in a wheelchair. I'd lost my mobility overnight. I had walked continuously, and so I can't walk at all. I can't stand, I can't drive. I don't have children. I don't have friends to take care of me. They all disappeared. My family disappeared, didn't want to know. All there was my husband and my cats, and my husband had gone to work. What am I supposed to do? Go crazy? No. Medication? Not for me. So what did I do? Okay, here are the 5 things that I did which kept me sane. And that is why I'm able to pass this on. First thing was, I was safe. I was safe in my home because, you know, I grew up in a country with wars and terrorism. I was in England and I was safe in a beautiful village, number 1. I had lots of food and I could get to the food because I could wheel the wheelchair. I had water and I had a flask of tea, which my husband made for me and left for me. I had my beautiful cats, Peace and Ellie, who were there all the time and gave me loads of love. Well, they don't usually give you love. You have to pick them up and demand it because they're cats, not dogs, if you know what I mean. But they were there all the time. And the 5th thing was, well, I had Facebook. Facebook Live. I could sing to my heart's content, and I did. I did loads and loads of singing on Facebook, and I entertained you guys. And so you can find your 5 gratitude things that you did. How to stay sane in this crazy world. The tool I want to talk about is uniqueness. It's really, really important to tap into what you really are. So what is your unique way of living? What is your unique diet? What is your way of helping yourself with pain relief, for example? There's so much I've got to teach you because, as you know, I won't use medication. So I have to find loads of ways to stay well. And I want to pass all of this on to you. And that's why I've created this course, the Toolbox of Recovery, to help you stay sane and happy, pain-free in this crazy world that we live in. So what you're listening to at the moment are binaural beats. I've got them on to help me with healing my leg at the moment. You know what, I've used binaural beats to help me heal a toothache rather than taking antibiotics, and they worked. They relieve the toothache. Now, if they can relieve a toothache, they can relieve an ache in the leg as well. So you do your own research, you try things out. They can't harm you, there's no side effects. But you do have to be careful if you have got physical ailments and you start to go through the internet and you've got lists and lists of different supplements that you need to take. That I don't agree with, because they can cause problems if you take the wrong ones or the wrong herbs or whatever. I think you need to see someone professional. So for your own uniqueness, your own lifestyle, your own way of surviving in this crazy world, your own diet, find someone like a kinesiologist. A kinesiologist is someone who will tell you exactly what your body needs without blood tests. I love that because I hate blood tests. Basically, it's muscle testing. And I've been going to see one for years and years and years, where they tell you exactly what's good for you, what you need to eat, what isn't good for you, what's going to clash with your body and your chemistry. Now let's take an example of diet, veganism.
People go out there are telling me that veganism heals everything, every ache and pain in the body, everything that you can imagine, and which is great. Diabetes, cancer, fantastic. But I decided to become a vegan, and a few weeks into veganism, I started to get the most horrendous depressions. Horrendous depressions, really difficult depressions. So I thought, well, I'm going to go to a kinesiologist and I'm going to check this out. And I did. And I was amazed to find out that my body didn't need to be a pure vegan. My body wanted me to also eat a bit of meat, fish and chicken. 3 times a week, that's it. 3 more. And it's amazing because your body knows everything. Your body knows everything. So in this course, I'm going to teach you about how to heal your body, how to heal your mind, how to use all the amazing techniques out there that I've used for years and years and years. The Journey by Brandon Bays. Binaurals, which I'm listening to at the moment, which are all over the internet, which I've even healed toothache without antibiotics. Silver, there's so many things out there that are generic and won't cause you any side effects, which is so exciting. But if you go to see a kinesiologist and find out exactly what's unique to you, then you'll know exactly what foods to eat and what supplements to take as well. So your uniqueness is so important, and everything that I'm telling you today is about your uniqueness, your creativity, your nutrition, your own uniqueness. Find out what works for you, what ticks for you. We're going to do a wheel of life. I look at your life and parts in your life because we're all different. If something isn't, and what can I do to make it work? This I'm going to give you in the proper course. So that's it for this little film. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you can take all these amazing tools and use them in your day-to-day life. No matter what you take from this course, you will have a better life. You will have an easier life. You will learn how to be sane in this crazy world. Do whatever you want to do. Live your dream. I'm going to teach you how to do all of this without any money even. How can you do all of this? How can you become the person that you want to become with very little money even? How can you eat healthily? How can you find your uniqueness? So you have a wonderful, wonderful life. And if you join me on the course, then I will be setting up some webinars which you'll be able to join, subscribe to, and I'll be sending those out in the next few weeks. I've never done this before. This is a new exciting step for me to create an online course. We'll be talking about chakras, all the chakras in the body, and how to make them well. We'll be talking about colours and different things like oils and stones and crystals and food and creativity, and wow, the whole world that's out there, yours for the taking. Okay, so I want you to have a beautiful day, and if one of these tools changes your life, I've done my job. Because it's up to us that are learning to pass it on. So the next step, you can contact me at movingontv.uk. You can go on my website, movingontheatre.co.uk or movingontv.uk, watch all the programs of Moving On TV, and also find out more about this course, the toolbox to staying sane in a crazy world, incorporating everything that I've learned in my whole life that I'm going to pass on to you. And as you know, I've had a long life, well, longish. A lot has happened to me. And I'm going to take everything that I learned in the community and pass on to you. I'm just going to say, if you decide to use this and send it around with my blessings, please make sure that you tell everyone to be part of your recovery, whatever it is. Your friends, your relations, your partners need to be part of this. Because without their help and love and support, you can't do this. And find a higher power. Whatever that higher power can be. Go to 12-step groups, go to meetups, don't be lonely, don't isolate. Love you lots, and I look forward to talking to you soon on Facebook and on the internet. Take care. Namaste.
TV. I'm going to be interviewing Lee Dawson. Now, Lee Dawson, fascinating man. And the thing that seems to be happening with the awakening and all of this apocalypse stuff, revealing everything, is that we're getting people that are multi-talented. They seem to be able to do loads of things. They're so creative, holistic. And from what I gather from Lee, he's a holistic nutritionist, holistic therapist. He's going to talk to us a little bit about minerals and how important they are, not just vitamins. But upon that, he's also part of Charlie Ward's crew. And he's just made a documentary, Alice, who has the lineage and is trying to tell us that he could be the new king. So it's absolutely fascinating to people like that, because, as I say, the multi-dimensional, multi-creative people, like quite a lot of us, that go out there to realize a lot of their talents at the same time. So it's difficult to know what show to put them on, but it's exciting to interview them. So welcome to Moving On TV, and let's get going on the interview. Hi, Lee. It's lovely to have you on here. How are you today?
How are you doing? Yeah, I'm listening. I'm pretty good. We're really busy at the moment with this new documentary, but it's great to be on the show.
Fantastic. It's so happy to have you here. You're in Spain at the moment, is that right?
Yeah, it's I'd say about 30 degrees outside.
Actually, it's the same here. It's absolutely boiling hot here in Buckinghamshire at the moment.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, what I was doing an introduction about you and how so many people are so multi-dimensionally creative. They do all these different things. And you just sent me some photographs here as well. I just introduced you as someone who is a nutritionist, holistic nutritionist, someone who's involved with Charlie's crew, who's made this incredible documentary about Gregory Hallett. And now you've sent me some photographs here about karate and your history around karate. So do you want to tell us a little bit about where you come from? Who are you?
Well, that's a long story, really. I mean, it's like 3 decades worth. But I think my dad must be to blame for this, because when I was a kid, do you remember the old VHS video recorders?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, you know, and where I'm from from County Durham, it was very traditional in the working man's clubs where they used to go to the pubs. Not my scene, really. I couldn't, as soon as I had legs, I just got out of Dodge, right? It wasn't my thing. But he came back one day from the pub and he brought this Bruce Lee video. And it was Way of the Dragon with Chuck Norris. That was it. I was hooked. I went outside, I got my mum's broom shank, the hacksaw, and I made myself some nunchucks. I swung it round, I gave myself concussion. My dad found me in the garden, big lump on my head, and he said, listen, if you're going to do this, you're going to do it properly. So he put me in school. So that's when I started learning a Japanese system called the Mugendo system with a guy called Master Darren Pinckney. And it was like a modern karate. So it was similar like kickboxing, but more A to Z refined kicks, you know. And then I developed that from, I got first degree black belt, second degree black belt, third degree black belt. I got Master of Combat, Master Instructor, International Instructor. And then I got the Black Belt Hall of Fame 2000, 2001, 2002. And then in that, I was Fitness First PC. Do you remember Fitness First?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I started with them when they had like 5 clubs. And when I finished with them, they had 550 clubs.
Wow.
And yes, great days as well. I used to write programs for them, and I developed a system called Thai Fit. And Thai Fit was out about the same time as one of the Spice Girls brought one out at the same time. I think it was called Thai Jury. It was Thai Fit, which was ours, Thai Jury, Kaibo, and Billy Blanks' Thai Bo. So these were the 4 or 5 combat sports in the world at the time that were really making a lot of noise. And we had 38,000 people doing our system in 125 gyms every month. So it was a pretty big thing. I mean, from then I went sort of more into gym, bodybuilding, nutrition, health, and it sort of all developed from basically from the martial arts, because I think the martial arts for me was such a base from Japan where they really educate you on about how your body works. And I learned a system called hyperbolic stretching. Have you heard of this?
No, I haven't. Sorry.
Hyperbolic, this is a lot of people don't know this. But do you know who the most flexible people are on the planet?
Tell me.
Sumo wrestlers.
No.
And the hyperbolic system came from the sumo, from I think it's 2,000 years old or something. So I learned this system, and it's probably one of the fastest ways to get you into the splits. But there's a good side and a bad side to it. If you haven't got the conditioning in your legs to start with, you can pull a muscle and you can do yourself an injury. So when you do it, it's always good to have the right condition in your legs before you start the program. Mm-hmm. And then from there, basically, I went into train people for the Gladiators. I was page 7 fella for the Sun. I did like a spell on modeling and stuff, but I always liked to fight a little bit, you know, so it wasn't really my thing. And then I was working for David Lloyd. When they started bringing out the new flagship David Lloyd, I don't know whether you ever, David Lloyd clubs were very small back in the day. And then in about 1997, 98, I'm not sure if it was bought out, but they kept his name, but they made these enormous David Lloyd clubs where they could hold 10,000 members. I mean, the one I was in Southampton basically had 25 tennis courts outside, 20 indoor tennis courts. It was 3 decks, 2 swimming pools, restaurant, beauty salon, amazing place, amazing people as well.
Yeah.
And funny enough, I met a client there and he basically, he gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. That's how I ended up in Spain. He said, listen, I'm selling my company worth X amount of millions. He said, I've got a big boat in Portobello, so I've got a big house, I've got Bentleys, Lamborghinis, and I've got a lot of animals. He said, if I pay you some money each month, would you go to Spain and look after them, and then you can make your business there?
Oh.
So listen, I've been here 20 years.
Very exciting. Okay, so I can see the connection here with martial arts and everything that you did. Obviously, that works on the mind, the body, and the spirit. So is this how it led you into looking into more about nutrition and minerals? I want you to talk a little bit about minerals. We're always very conditioned to understand about vitamins, particularly D3, you know, and C, especially with what's been happening in the last couple of months. But I'm hearing a lot about minerals, and that without the right minerals in your body, you can't actually break down the vitamins. And you can get calcification of the body, and so there's and can you explain a little bit about?
Well, about 5 years ago, my wife had stage 2 cancer of the uterus, and a very aggressive form. And basically, obviously, the hospital wanted to do the usual bullshit with the chemotherapy and the surgery, which it doesn't work. And I just knew this was like, computer says no. So I looked at, funny enough, THC oil, CBD oil, and I looked at the alkaline diet system from a guy called, what was his name? 1931, Dr. Otto Wahlberg. I mean, listen, there's a lot of cancers, right? He found a cancer, and he cured this cancer. I don't know which one it was, and he got the Nobel Prize for it, and then he was completely forgotten about, and so was the alkaline diet. Now, if your body is in alkaline state, I mean, forget about this silly little virus that's just been flying around, this 125 nanometer virus. Forget about that. Talk about something serious, you know, like a cancer or something like life-threatening, right? Basically, if your body is in an alkaline state, there's no disease can spread. It's like it's frozen in time. So this is why I can never in hospital. The first thing they should do is look at what you eat, and they don't, right? Yeah. First thing you got to do is take the meat out. You got to take the dairy out. You got to take alcohol out, and you got to take sugar out. And you got to alkaline the body so the cancer can't spread anymore. And then you attack it, and you attack it with THC. You attack it with high dosages of minerals, and obviously, it's all a lot to do with the brain as well. When a guy comes up to you in a white coat and you trust him, he says, "Blah, Mrs. Jones, you've got cancer." That's it. You've only got your head's gone, and you're just on a downward spiral, right? So you have to be very strong in the mind, and you have to start, you know, asking questions. Because these people have not got our health. You know, it's like years and years ago, the doctor, you know, your family doctor really had your health at his heart. That was his. But now it's just about commissions and money, and one size fits all with these chemicals, right?
Yes.
Nature, listen, they try to hide nature from us, and everything we need is from nature, right? And the body is an incredible.
Sorry, come back to, because it's an amazing story. So, how is your wife? Did you work with your wife with all of this?
Well, that's another story, because we got divorced a couple of years ago. But, yeah. She was fine for a long time, and then I mean, this was like 5 years ago. Then we sort of separated, and then I got a call. I think it was last March, the March before, 2 years ago, to go in El Hierro Hospital in Marbella, and she had 3 weeks left to live. She had bone cancer, lung cancer, multiple cancers of the organ, thrombosis, knee, hips, chest, fluid on the lungs, and toxic blood poisoning. And
because I mean, it's a mind, body, spirit thing. I totally believe that we can heal everything, but if we don't get rid of the patterns that we keep repeating, to me, every disease is a disease. It's you have to heal the underlying disease. And so if you can't get rid of those patterns and you can't balance the mind, body, spirit, then you can't heal. You need to, you know, everything has to be in balance. So that's very, very sad.
Well,
sorry about
I took her out of the hospital. I took her out of the hospital, and she had 3 weeks left to live. They said the cancer was in the neck and going into her brain. So I was thinking, wow, this is a hard one. This is to do with all the stuff from the kitchen, you know, and I was taking a big responsibility as well. And anyway, 4 weeks went by, she was okay. 8 weeks went by, she was getting stronger. 4 weeks went by, she even started going back to work. So I got her back well enough, but she's done a lot of damage to her organs. So I said, listen, Anna, you know, I'm not doing this a third time. We've been split up for 2 years. She said, yeah, I'll be all right. I'll be all right. But she died about 3 weeks ago, right? And this was like, it was a big shock for me, but I got in touch with her through a psychic to ask her what she died of, because the last time we were speaking, she was getting better and she knew what to do. But I remember, and I kept having this argument years ago with doctors, right? She had some mercury fillings, right? And she was from Moldova, right? So Moldova's quite a poor country, right? And she always said to me, when she was about 12 years old, obviously they got no money, so the dentist was knocking all the kids' teeth out and putting these mercury. You got molars, right, full of mercury, and you're eating your food, and you're grinding, they start to heat up, right? And you're telling me that's not going down inside.
Of course.
So I argued again with the doctor, no, that's impossible, blah, blah, blah. But when I spoke with the psychic, first thing when the psychic said, she said, back tooth. It's the first thing she said, back tooth. So I think she went and I said, how did you die? And she didn't want to talk about it through the psychics. And Tracy kept saying to me, Lee, if you ask again, she's going to walk away. So I didn't even touch on it because I think she went in for a procedure and it went wrong, and they probably put her down as COVID-19, I guess.
Yeah.
So
I mean, so Lee, so stop you there. It's a very similar situation with my mother. She was getting well. Every time I would be around her, I would give her healing, the journey work and Reiki, and then as soon as I would go, she'd get sick again. And it was kind of like, again, the patterns. But what you're saying about the mercury is very, very interesting. So can that lead us into the mineral thing? Because people have hair tests done to try and figure out what's going on. If there's too much mercury, then, you know, the body is toxic. I had loads of mercury fillings, and I think that's accumulated and caused a lot of fibromyalgia and issues with me. I got into apricot kernels years and years ago with Philip Day, and I'm very, very healthy, thank God. I learned all about that. Never go to the doctor, touch wood, you know. But coming back to what you were saying about minerals, how does that connect now to staying well with not just taking vitamins? Because from what we're told a lot of the time is you've got to have more calcium. But now we're learning that we're not supposed to have more calcium. We're supposed to have magnesium and things like that. So do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, your four main minerals is magnesium, calcium, zinc, and phosphorus. Now, if you don't have the right amount of minerals, you can't absorb the right amount of vitamins. So basically, did you know about this company I've been working with for 2 years? Did Charlie mention it?
No, sorry.
You're going to love this, right? So about 2 years ago, I met a lady called Dr. Sonia, right? And she works for a company called Varel's Pharma. But it's not Varel's Pharma as in pharmaceutical. It's completely the opposite, right? And what they designed, they basically said, listen, vegans are not healthy. And the reason why vegans are not healthy is because most people who go vegan, they don't know how to balance the diet correctly. They don't know enough about the nutrition with all the different vegetables to put a balanced diet. The same as vegetarians, and they find out when these people get a lot older, they're starting to get brain issues, right? Because they didn't have the right iron, zinc, and different vitamins. So basically, they designed a food supplement for these people and for everybody, basically, but just to balance the diet. Because even people who eat meat, you know, you can be too acidic or you can be too alkaline. You've got to try and get yourself in the middle, you know, and you've got to understand how your body feels and what you want. So what they designed, I'll show you this, and you'll love this. Can you see that?
Yes. DNA decoded. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So this is like the diamond of
what's
the
in
mineral.
them?
Right?
What's in it?
So I'll tell you how this works. So listen. So your methylation system or your methylation system. How it works is every normal person, right? When you absorb food or you're drinking, you're only absorbing 30% of what you eat or drink. So what does that mean? That means basically your organs are always starving, right? I don't know whether a few years ago there was a lot of tests going around where you could test the age of your organs to the age of your how old you were. And most of the time, an athlete, his organs are like 20, 30 years older because of the free radicals and all the training where you're damaging your body, right? So that's why they always said you should buffer it with vitamin C. And then we say, no, like you can only take 75 milligrams in one go. That's not true. It depends on your body and how much it uses and how much. If you're sick, you can use thousands of milligrams every hour if you're sick, especially if you've got cancer. Yes. So I stayed with a Russian scientist for 5 days. This is quite an interesting story. And the guy was old, but his skin was amazing. It was really tight. He was like a solid guy. And I seen him every morning putting this powder in his drink. And I said, what are you doing? He said, pure ascorbic acid. He said, it's basically vitamin C in its purest form. And he said, it tightens your skin up. He said, it's antiviral, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, and it's a modulator. And I went, yeah, can you expand on that? And he said, well, basically, if you're an athlete, like you said, you should be taking this. He said, because what happens when the train comes into the train station, it acts like a buffer. So it's creating all the free radicals and makes your body healthy and lasts longer. So getting back to the Mythalin system, right? So you imagine if we only absorb 30% of what we eat and drink, your organs are starving, right? And they're starting to get old fast. So what happens then? We start to get sick, right? Now they say, right, a human being, right, is supposed to live to 120 years old. And that's not one that's looking after himself, right? That's the standard age. Now, because of the poison in the sky and the poison in the ground and all the crap they're giving us in supermarkets, we're dying too fast. So, and because our organs are getting so old so quick, and this is when we start to get immune system problems. And as soon as your immune system drops, this is when you start getting sick. Okay. So this product, right? This product will increase your absorption from 30% to 90%. So what does that mean?
Wow, I need it.
Absorption, right? Your organs are getting fed. You're getting fed all the enzymes and minerals and nutrients they need to work 100%. How do you feel? Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. You sleep better. You've got clarity. I'm in the boxing ring, right? The guy's 30 years younger than me, and I'm doing all right. So that's how good it is.
That's fantastic. Yeah. Do you know what? It's really interesting you're saying all this, because I have been thinking, anytime the mainstream pushes anything, I've always thought there's something not right here for years now. And one thing they've been pushing is veganism. And all the time pushing veganism. Now, I can't be a vegan. When I tried to be a vegan, I nearly pass out. So I have to have a little bit of egg, a little bit of, a little bit of meat, a little bit, everything in moderation. And I have gluten, I have dairy and everything. But isn't it interesting what you're saying there is that it's not actually a natural thing? Because I try to put everything out here on Moving On TV. So I'll bring on a vegan and I'll bring on someone who doesn't agree. I'll bring on everyone so they can talk about it and debate it. But my personal feeling is we are all different. And kinesiology, muscle testing, usually works really well, because then you can test what's good for one may not be good for another person. Do you ever use muscle testing, kinesiology in your work?
No, but I'll give you a little idea from where the balanced diet comes from, which comes from like thousands and thousands of years ago. Right, a balanced diet. When someone talks about a balanced diet, it comes from the 4 seasons.
All right, okay.
That's where it comes from. So basically, one season we're foraging around for nuts and stuff. Another season we're eating fruits. Another one we're fishing. And then when it's cold, we're making fires and we're eating meat. So this is where your balanced diet comes from, right? I'll tell you something else what we discovered about the aging process now. Do you know about your glutein system? So basically, look at this one, right? This is going to blow your mind. Right, so this one.
The right way, not the way the celebrities are doing it. We're doing it the right way, the moralistic way, yes.
Yeah, listen, it's got to be done like this. I mean, people need to know, and they need to know what to take, because a lot of people take so many supplements that basically, if you go to any supplement shop, most supplements have claims, right? They claim this product does this, right? We have a lawyer, full-time, scientifically proven scientific facts what our product does, and we have to have a lawyer full-time. You're not supposed to be able to do this. We found a way around having a full-time lawyer. Works very, very well. Now, the detox aging system, the glutathione system, right? This detoxes your liver by 2% every month and cleans your body and slows the aging process down to a crawl.
You'll have to give me some for this interview.
Listen, I'll send you some stuff. Now, this one, talking about the vitamins and minerals, right?
Yeah.
The protein they're designed. Now, let me just tell you about vegan protein, right? A vegan protein is harder to absorb than ours, and there's a reason for this. This one is hydrolyzed, right? And it's hydrolyzed so fine. It's like a very, very fine sand. You can give this to cancer patients. You can't give normal protein to cancer patients. Now, this has every vitamin and every mineral.
Tumor. I remember reading that somewhere. Protein expands the tumor, doesn't it?
That's correct. Yeah. So this basically has every vitamin and every mineral your body requires in one day.
Fantastic. So how do you test people? Do you do hair tests?
We have basically the two parts of the company. We have the supplement side and we have the genetic side. And the genetic testing side, basically, we take a spit or we take a blood sample. We can tell you what's wrong with you now and what you're going to have an issue with in the next 20 years, and we stop it from happening.
Right, that's fantastic. I think homeopathy did that for me years and years ago, because I have very, very weak genetics, which I won't go into. But yeah, homeopathy strengthens a lot of the things in me, and you know, it's all vibrational medicine. So this is all very fascinating and exciting, but how did this lead you to working with Charlie Ward and actually making a documentary about the possible new King of England? I mean, as I said, we are multidimensional beings. We're synchronistically being drawn to the people that are opening the doors and helping our world and humanity. But how did that happen? How did you go from there to where you are now? Because this is also very fascinating.
Well, that's about 90 videos and 900 hours of research. And I know you don't want to talk about it, but it basically started when this virus came around. And the first thing I asked the PhD lab, right, with all the team there, and obviously they've trained all over the world, and they have colleagues all around the world. And these people are smarter than a lot of us, right? They're PhD engineers, people, and they're very honest people. Well, the ones I'm working with are honest. And I just asked them, I said, what's this virus thing that's happening in China? And Dr. Sonny just, very honest, and she said, oh, Lee, it's 125 nanometers. And I went, what does that mean? It's a variation of the flu. And I went, like, yeah, you won't even notice. If you get it, you won't even notice about it. Yeah. Right? So then this is how I met Charlie. So this happened, and everyone was panicking. The mainstream media was putting all this garbage out. They clearly didn't understand nothing about what was going on. This was a narrative and an agenda, right? And instead of telling everyone to boost the immune systems up, they were like, oh, no, hide in the house, don't have no vitamin D, and just have the vaccinations. So basically, me and Charlie just started talking about just to each other on a chat in the morning. And then Charlie said one morning, should we record this and just put it out to see if anybody else is thinking the same way? Yeah. And then 90 videos later, we went from the virus, we went to the vaccination, we went to the 5G, we had various scientists on the show, biologists, so many interesting people. It was really, it was a beautiful journey. And then all of a sudden one day, we had this, we all had signs, right, which was really weird. We all had these strange signs. There was Dave Mahoney, there was me, there was Jack Kidd, and there was Charlie. And all of a sudden, this King John III came up, Gregory Hallett, right? And we all sort of got news about him more or less at the same time, but from all different sources, which was unusual. And then we all started speaking about it, and then we said, right, let's get him on the show. And Charlie had just been blocked on Facebook for something he put out there. He posted the truth and they blocked it. And the same with Jack, he did something. So I was the one in the middle. I had to connect the dots, put them together through another platform we were using. And we had Gregory Hallett on the show the next day on Charlie Ward Show. And this is how it started. And then the information he was pumping out, because there was so much knowledge, and he would go off in tangents and he would lose people. So everyone was probably thinking, this guy's a bit of a nutcase. He's saying he's Christ, he's did that and the other. But when you actually listen to what he says and you understand what he says, he's a very, very, very intelligent man. Okay, so we got Dave on to ask him some serious questions and try and keep him on the same path, right? So he wouldn't go off. And then Dave was that impressed with his answers. We had a little chat, and within I don't know, a 24-hour window, we had to work out how to get to the UK under lockdown restrictions.
Yeah, I saw that bit. Oh, I love that bit at the end where you took off the mask, tore it up, threw it in the bin, and told them to, you know, I don't say I'm moving on TV. What you said, but
oh yeah,
brilliant. It's exactly the way that I feel. A lot of us are feeling. What a load of rubbish! That was fantastic. Absolutely. A load of rubbish. The things they've told us. So in their face. So that was absolutely brilliant. So you met with Gregory, and you saw all his lineage. You saw all the huge amount of scientific work he's done, huge amount of research. Now, when someone does that, when someone spends their whole life doing all of this, to me, they've got to be genuine, or else why would they do it? You know, why would people put all their energy into so much research and checking so much out and presenting it? You're either a complete nutcase and you're just living in illusions, or you're actually telling the truth. And nowadays, it's usually that you're telling the truth. So how do you feel? Do you think that Gregory could actually be who he's saying he is, the king?
Well, I spent a lot of time with Greg, and for me, what a great man. I learned so much while I was there. I learned so much about the breeding with the royal family from the last few hundred years. All the nasty side to what was going on as well. There was so much information. I mean, he had 800 pages of files which he's put out to various governments around the world, contesting the royal family. And for me, you know, when you see, I don't know, I was a big fan of the Game of Thrones, right? Did you ever watch Game of Thrones?
No.
Oh, listen,
I didn't like the way it was made. I didn't like the violence and stuff, so no, I didn't.
I like a bit of violence, see, but old-fashioned violence with swords and horses. Well, he to me is like an old-fashioned king, but not like in the violence side. I mean, an old-fashioned king in how he sees things. Like, he believes the king is for the people, right, and not the other way around. So he wants to do good for the people. And the time I spent with Greg, I mean, the respect I have for the man, for what he's gone through, for what the governments have done to him, what the royal family have done to him. I mean, they've bankrupted, they've done all kinds of stuff to keep him hidden. You know, I've also read the files on, I don't know, was it 13? Over 13 different attempts on his life, tampering with his car, poisonings, and he's got all these actually stamped in court with judges, and he's wrote a lot of interesting books as well.
Yeah, I heard that. Sorry to stop you there. Charlie actually said that while you were driving down there, it looked like someone was trying to actually hit you with a way. Right. Opinion. I'm really incredible. That this.
I feel for me, and the other side. You that speed more speed.
There's unsuitable and that executed.
Well, the whole
That
obviously she first thing thing there was like wow.
to be all over the place. Change. Waking up. To feel. Decide thing.
You, I mean, the world's we understand this kind of people who like the security. Of the and
I just I became shocked. No one today. So that way. First experience to
short I think he died before the is in
in 7 years old, the Jewish. So I grew up. World and commentate stuff like West
it's it's when anything from men was from you know they reading that question